Sikhuleke kakhulu kumakhosi asedlunkulu ayingxenye yalomhlangano. Sibingelela amalungu omphakathi asilandelayo kulomhlangano through izinkundla zokuxhumana ezihlukahlukene. Sibingelele kuma wonke ama-officials led by our city manager Mr. Mpele that are present. Thank you very much, councillors, for coming. We will now all rise. Let's have a few seconds for prayers and meditation. Thank you very much. Please take your seats. Let's continue to maintain order. Let's continue to maintain order as we are receiving the announcements. eThekwini Municipality mourns the sudden passing of one of its council members, Councillor David Motseke, who was called to rest on the 9th of November 2024. We send our condolences to the Motseke family, his political party, the EFF, his family, friends, and the entire community that he has served, and also his colleagues. Council appreciates the government, the Governance and Human Resources Committee, and its leadership through Human Capital Units for a successful hosting of a Women Councillors Seminar that was on the 26th of November 2024 at the Inkosi Albert Lutuli Convention Center, and further appreciate all female councillors who attended the session. The city is proud to host the upcoming 2024 Salka Games, convened from the 5th to the 8th of December 2024. The official opening ceremony will be held on Thursday, the 5th December at 2 o'clock in the afternoon at the Moses Mapita Stadium, and the closing ceremony being scheduled for Sunday, the 8th December 2024 at 7 o'clock in the afternoon. The venue will be Inkosi Albert Lutuli Convention Center. Different sporting codes will compete in different identified sites throughout the municipality. The schedule of fixtures and respective venues will be circulated to all councillors, and councillors are urged to attend as games host. Appreciations goes to the Community Services Committee and all the officials that have worked so tirelessly to ensure that the municipality is ready to host the biggest inter-municipality games. Well done to the committee. Best wishes to all the teams that will be partaking on the games, especially the team from eThekwini. Sibafisela inhlanhla bonke engathi bangabuya nazo zonke icoco kule mdlalo abazobe bebambe iqhaza kuyo. Ngeke councillors to note that debating minutes donated to other parties from council members that are on leave will not be allowed. You remember that there was a request from our last council meeting for the speaker to clarify this matter. It is now being clarified. If you are not present in the council meeting, you can donate minutes. You can donate minutes even if you have brought the leave of absence, that will be allowed. Councillors' attention is drawn to the fact that this is the last council meeting of the year. I would like to thank all councillors and officials for maintaining good work ethics, that ensuring that the municipal council fulfills its strategic objectives in a bid to provide sustainable service delivery to our citizens. The municipal council is therefore going on recess with effect from Friday, the 13th of December, 2024, to the 14th January, 2025. It means in terms of all our council activities, community engagement, committee meetings, and other activities, our last day at work will be the 13th on Friday, December 2024. We are all expected to be back on the 14th of January 2024. I do want to further clarify and explain this point so that there's no confusion. Being on recess, it does not mean that offices for councillors are not operating, or members of community, if they need help or assistance from our councillors, they must get a response that no, we are on recess. We are still expected to service our communities while we are on recess. In previous years, we have done that very well. I expect you to continue to do the same. Any matters requiring a decision during this period will be dealt with in terms of our Rules of Order 28, and therefore reported to the first council meeting that will be at the end of January for ratification purposes. The city of eThekwini wishes all its citizens and visitors a wonderful festive season. The city is ready and prides itself for developing a sound festive season management plan which will ensure everybody enjoys the attraction in the city of Durban in a safe and exciting manner. We say thank you to the eThekwini citizens and visitors for believing in the city of eThekwini. We are at your service. Councillors are reminded to conduct themselves in line with the provisions of the Councillors' Code of Conduct to ensure this meeting is conducted in a dignified manner and portraying a good leadership image to the resident of the eThekwini. Best wishes to all councillors who are celebrating their birthdays in November and celebrating their birthdays in the month of December. Thank you. Those are the announcements. We will now move straight to the Speaker's report. Without wasting time, we'll be very quick. We do want to remind council members and members of the public that this report is presented to the council meeting as per the Rules of Order Bylaw 2014, which makes a provision that as part of the order of business for council meeting, the Speaker may table a report advising on key activities undertaken by the municipality over the month and on any changes impacting the municipal council. Let's start with item 2 on municipal activities. At the beginning of the month of November, the municipality experienced a district development model DDM in action through an oversight visit by His Excellency the President Cyril Ramaphosa on the 7th to the 8th of November 2024. The purpose of the visit was to establish how eThekwini has adopted to DDM concepts as a pilot municipality and the impact that it has toward improving and fast-tracking service delivery in the city. As part of the presidential visit, His Excellency also had a number of engagements with different stakeholders with a view of getting an assessment from the said stakeholders, whether in their respective environment, the DDM approach had positive impact. The stakeholder that the president engaged with, which included the Provincial Executive Committee, the Cabinet of KwaZulu-Natal, the Chamber of Business, amakhosi asendlunkulu, nomphakathi wase Ward 98, nendawo ezakhelene nawo. From the stakeholder engagement held, there were positive sentiments received, some emanating from one of the DTM initiatives that as the eThekwini Presidential Working Group, there is an indication made that there is an improvement in terms of service delivery. There were, however, also areas where joint intervention between the three spheres of government was still required, such as addressing the issues of water shortages in some communities, safety and security issues, which were highlighted as a major concern to the president. One other notable spin-off of the municipality, having hosted the entire South African government, is the quick response to getting back part of the N2 roads in the south by Umbongentwini up and running in no time after its sudden collapse. This was indeed a proof of what can be achieved when all spheres of government work together as part of DTM. On ward-based committee meetings that have been convened by councillors, it has, however, been noted that the number of set meetings convened over the month of October and November has dropped significantly. The total number of meetings held is reported as appear in the information below. In the month of October, there were 22 meetings convened. Wards are appearing in the report. In the month of November, there were 15 committee meetings convened. On the racist remark made at the last council meeting held on Wednesday, the 6th of November 2024. At the last council meeting held on the 6th of November, while one of the council members was debating an item, another councillor made some remarks to the effect that members of council of Indian race should go back to Bombay. A point of order was raised in this regard, bringing to the attention of the speaker that such utterances has been made. It's being noted that the alleged council member who made the remarks had not been recognized by the speaker to address the council meeting. The speaker attended to the point of order and requested that whoever made that comment should identify themselves and withdraw such remarks. Unfortunately, no council member owned up to that. The Speaker of Council addressed the matter, indicating that, unfortunately, he could not make out who the councillor was who made that statement. However, he refuted such utterances, emphasizing the municipal council stand firmly against any form of racism and derogatory remarks against members. The Speaker apologized on behalf of council and reaffirmed its stance that it condemns any form of racism in the city and in our meetings. On the following day, the 7th, the Speaker further issued a media statement, again reproving the comment that was made in council and indicating that an investigation was going to be undertaken to try and identify the alleged council member who made the said remarks. Indeed, an investigation has been carried out where the meeting audio recording, and live stream link were considered. It, however, proved to be a challenge to complete the investigation, since on the live stream link, it was not possible to identify the alleged council member or a councillor, since our cameras do not focus on council members who have not been recognized by the Speaker to debate or to address council. On the voice recording, the councillors is heard very clearly uttering the unfortunate remarks as we've indicated earlier. However, it has been difficult to identify the council member's voice. These factors have contributed toward the inability to conclude the investigation in time or as expected. Communication has been circulated to all councillors through the Speaker's Circular number 11 of 2024, indicating that there are councillors that might know. Some have been talking that they are aware who is this council member or who is this councillor. A plea has been made by the Speaker to all councillors to come forward with the information so that this councillor can be identified and be processed accordingly in line with our rules and our code of conduct. It is requested, as per the said circular, that those councillors assist the office of the Speaker with such information as a joint effort toward addressing this matter, since these racist remarks reflect negatively on the eThekwini Municipal Council and the whole residents and the citizens of our city. Lastly, on changes in our council. Council will note that with the sudden passing of the late Councillor David Moseke, who was a PR councillor from the EFF, as we've explained earlier, the council currently has a single vacancy. This vacancy will be filled once we have received the name from the IEC, from the EFF list. Then in our next council will be updated on how this matter has been handled. Those are the announcement and the report from the Speaker. Thank you very much, councillors. For that, City Manager, do we have any leave of absence?
Speaker.
Yes, there's a hand from Councillor Mtetwa, Councillor Kuala, and Councillor Mwango. Nyambos.
Thank you, Speaker. Good morning, colleagues and officials.
Councillor Madlala.
I was hoping that as part of either your announcement or report, you will touch on the senior citizens vouchers. And I was hoping that by now your office would have communicated publicly as to where the process is. I am saying that, Mr. Speaker, because what councillors in the main are under extreme pressure from members of the public who think that councillors already have those vouchers. I would really want to encourage your office to make a public statement as to where the process is, so that we can arrest this mischief by some council members who send people to councillors' office and say vouchers are with what councillors. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We will address that. Councillor Kuala.
Thanks, Speaker. Greetings to everyone. As part of the city quest of reaching its 2030 vision of becoming the most livable city, on your remarks, Speaker, I didn't hear you speaking about a group of EPWP that is gathered at the City Hall day and night. Maybe we want to hear as a council what the story. Hence I'm saying we are in a vision of 2030 being a livable city. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Ndlovu.
No, thanks, Speaker. I think I'm partly, I thought Councillor Kwana just read my mind because councillors are being harassed on a daily basis by people that are occupying the park just opposite the City Hall of the EPWP residents that have not been taken back. Is there any plan of, from the city to deal with that issue of those people that were not taken back from the EPWP? Thanks, Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Mngwango.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Speaker, on your report, you mentioned that you asked the council to identify on that meeting. Speaker, I disagree because in that meeting, we even called that issue to order and you failed to ask the councillor to be identified on that meeting. But having said that, Honourable Speaker, as councillors, we signed the oath. Now, I specifically at that meeting did say it came from the ANC bench because I can hear it came from the side, although I couldn't see a person. Now, it then
Order, councillors, order.
Then becomes the responsibility, Speaker, to say within the ANC caucus, they must able to identify that person. It can't be a general statement where you expect someone from the DAEFF. I heard it came from this side. So to ask all of us to identify the problem, it came from the ANC bench.
Thank you.
So I think for ethics, to maintain our level of ethics, I believe
Point of order.
ANC leadership.
Order. Point of order. Kahle phela Mngwango. Point of order.
Honorable Speaker, one is rising with a point of order because the statements of Councillor Mngwango are trying to bring this council into disrepute. If Councillor Mngwango saw who uttered those words, he is the one he should be assisting this council to tell this council that I saw Councillor So uttering these words, other than speculating to say it was an ANC caucus.
Thank you. Yeah, your point of order is sustained as you conclude your point, Councillor Mngwango.
Yeah, thank you, Honourable Speaker. I will say on record again, I didn't see a councillor, but I heard it came from the ANC bench.
But Mngwango, no, Mngwango. Order, councillors, order.
Here, Speaker,
Order, Mngwango, Councillor Mngwango, order. Councillor Mngwango.
ANC must come
Councillor
out
Mngwango.
and be ethical.
No, listen. Mngwango, please. You see, Councillor Mngwango, we're in council meeting here. Like all other councillors who are howling you, we are both out of order. You are allowed to debate once you are recognized by the Speaker. Councillor Xulu raised a point of order. Then I have ruled that the point of order is sustained. It means if I afford you an opportunity to conclude your point, you don't repeat allegations that you can't prove. Because it means, as a Speaker, I agree with Councillor Xulu because it's an order to say, Speaker, I know who was that councillor. As you conclude your debate, please don't generalize so that we don't invite unnecessary point of order. Let's do that, let's cooperate. Can you please conclude? But avoid to do that.
Honourable Speaker, I will conclude
Thank
by
you.
saying I accept that you also protect that person. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Madlala.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I am greetings to you and fellow council members, members of the public, amakhosi asenkulu kanye nawo wonke umuntu okhona. Speaker, covered kuma issues amanye by ama-speakers earlier. I-issue engifisa ukukhuluma kuyona nje briefly, ile issue ogcine ngayo. One, ukuthi sikubonge Speaker ukuthi i-office lakhe alihlalanga nje kodwa likwazile ukuthi kube khona izinto elizenzayo. One ukuzama ukuphenya ukuthi ngabe aqhamukaphi lamazwi angemahle ayebhekiswe komunye wethu. Into yesibili la ngagcina lapho ladlulisela nasekutheni uma kukhona nobufakazi akabusondeze ukuze sikwazi ukulekeleleka. Now ngihleli la ngihleli khona speaker ngiyakholelwa mina ukuthi ukwenza konke okusemandleni office lakho likwenza konke okusemandleni ukuthi lithole likwazi ukuthi lixazulule lenkinga. Kepha ke speaker sikubonga sinjalo. Siyacela ukuthi mhlambe egameni leCaucus yeANC sidlulise amazwi nathi okuyiqhelelanisa ikakhulukazi nenkulumo eyenziwa eyayibheke komunye wethu la. Thina ke njenge-ANC siyaziwa ukuthi enye yezinto esiyibeka phambili ukungacwasi ngokwebala, ukungacwasi ngokobulili kanjalo nokungacwasi nje ngayo yonke indlela. Ekuyizinto ezazatshalazelwa abaholi bethu abaphambilini baboshwa abanye babulawela nje ukuthi bekhona umphakathi ongacwasi ngokwebala. Sekungaba ke enye into ukuthi kube khona ilunga lethu ukuthi intambama kanje uthiwe lazwakala licwasa ngokwebala noma
Order Somlo.
Point of order.
njengeCaucus yeANC.
Councillor Madlala, point of order.
Siyaziqhelelanisa naleyo
Councillor Madlala, point of order. Kwala.
phakathi kwethu lowo sizomveza.
Councillor Madlala, point of order.
Siyabonga.
Useyikho njalo ukwedelela.
Kahle ke Councillor Kwala.
Ade ngekho kwikhansela kwenza.
Councillor Kwala, Councillor Kwala.
Sidlule kahle kule.
Councillor Kwala, let's do this. I'm going to make an appeal that I've made to Councillor Mwango and some other councillors of the ANC. If someone in the council is wrong, it doesn't mean that you also be expected to be wrong. Now, ukuthi uMadlala uyadelela kwenza ukuthi nawe ube wrong njengoba naye bekade wrong if ngimisa engami. Asivume nje ukuthi umhlangano urane kahle singeyabi wrong ngoba khona wrong. Councillor Kwala.
Ukhansela uMadlala wayengekho even nakulo mhlangano but ukhuluma into eyenzeke emhlanganweni wayengekho kuwona. Ingoba inhloso ukuthi akhave kanti akangathathi iblame engekho.
Yeah.
So mlomo ilungise lapho ngiqala lento.
Yeah, okay.
Because yonakele uqinisile ukhansela uMncango.
Councillor
Asilungisane la sedlule kulento ngoba
Okay.
ifaki iANC ehlazweni ukuthi khona umuntu oracist kweANC.
Okay. Your order. No, your point of order. Your point of order, Councillor Gwala, is overruled. Councillors, let me respond to questions and comment made. Firstly, on the point raised by Councillor Mteto.
Honourable Speaker, my apologies. So
Oh, I thought we are done.
no, I was not.
Okay, oh, that's fine. Apologies for that, Madlala.
Point of order, Speaker.
You can conclude. No, Madlala recognized.
Speaker. Sorry, Speaker. Just getting.
No, Councillor Governor, you can't say sorry. If you want the Speaker's attention, you must do what has been done by Ulu Gwala to say it's point of order, if there's a point of order. But you cannot just say, Speaker, what do you want to say? It's a point of order so that I can guide the meeting accordingly. Or just a comment.
Speaker, I think you're battling to hear. I did raise a point of order. It's just simple. The translating facilities are not working. I'm getting reports from our councillors that the interpretation is down. Please, can you correct that? Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Secretariat, please address that. Councillor Madlala, to conclude.
Yeah, no, ngiyabonga kakhulu Honourable Speaker. Ngicela uvumelana kakhulu nomhlonishwa uGwala. Ngiyaxolisa Speaker ukuthi ngesikhathi ungimisa angimanga bengaqondile ukudelela either yena ukhansela uGwala noma wena ngiyaxolisa kakhulu. Kepha bengifisa ukumkhumbuza ukhansela uGwala ukuthi njengoba sihlelana nje asikhulumi sikhulumela into zasemakithi sikhulumela ama-caucus. Njengoba ngihleli la nje ngimandated by i-caucus engihleli phambi kwayo ukuthi ngiyikhulumele whether ngangikhona emhlanganweni noma ngangingekho. I-principle still remains ukuthi ANC is not a racist organization. If any of the councillors among us made racist comments, we disowned that councillor, and if we had known which councillor was that, that councillor was going to be brought to book. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Dala. Councillors, let me respond, then I will invite either the mayor or the city manager to respond to some of the specific questions. On the issue of the vouchers for senior citizens, I have to apologize. I thought that update should have been included in my announcement. It was a mistake on my side. But I can confirm to you that senior citizens will receive their vouchers as a practice or a norm at the end of the year. I can report to council and to the members of the community that the procurement process has been completed. The service provider has been awarded the contract. Currently, they are busy with the logistics of making sure that the program is implemented smoothly without any challenges. In our engagement with SCM, who manage the whole process, they've given us the date of the 13th December 2024, which is the date where vouchers will be distributed to councillors. Will then councillors expected to distribute them to senior citizens in your wards. It means the date is the 13th December 2024. But to further respond to the comment or point raised by Councillor Mtetwa, seconded by other councillors, vouchers for senior citizens are not yet ready. There's no councillor, there's no ward councillor, no offices of any councillor that have vouchers. Therefore, members of the public, those who are following this meeting, I want to make that clear that the process currently is still handled by my office without any assistance from any councillor. Therefore, to put pressure toward councillors and other councillors who demand vouchers, even to visit their offices, is wrong, because the process is still being handled by the Speaker with the SCM unit. I want to repeat, vouchers will only be ready on the 13th December 2024 for distribution to senior citizens. Thank you. On the issue of EPWP group gathering at the City Hall, I will request the city manager to respond to the question and share more information with council members. If there are any addition, I will also allow the mayor to make some additions. City manager.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Those people have been picketing outside City Hall as a result of the termination of their contracts as EPWP employees. That contract was terminated because it had overrun its time, one. Two, it was no longer in keeping with the grant that was being given to the city by the National Department. However, the allocation, which is smaller and has also been inclusive of what the council approved, is now available. As a result of that, the positions have been advertised. They are closing this Friday. So after closing, there will then be the processing of the applications so that then we begin to do the recruitment. That is the process now as things stand. I thank you, Speaker.
Thank you for the response, City Manager.
Speaker.
We will now Councillor Governor, this thing of speaker is not in line with our rules. If you raise your hand, it's either a point of order or you refer me to a certain rule in our rules of order. I'm warning you again because I have a difficult to say speaker, speaker. It means anyone here can say speaker, speaker, then I will be expected to listen to him. But again, I will give you a chance to speak, but please learn to be procedural.
Sure, I'm going to restrain myself. Speaker, just a point of clarity. In the speakers' meeting, you explained that the vouchers will be available for distribution to councillors only perhaps around the 17th. Now, in your earlier address, you referred to the date of the 13th of December. So can we please have clarity? Because remember, the city receiving the vouchers doesn't necessarily translate to councillors receiving them because the distribution is always staggered as well. So can we please have that precise clarity to avoid a stampede and harassment that our councillors usually face? Thank you.
Councillor Governor, this is an abuse. I've explained this matter in detail. I spent time in responding, clarifying to the question by Mteto. I don't understand what is missing. Because I'm saying it's an abuse because now you are taking us to another meeting that we have a privilege to attend. But here, we're in a platform which is the highest decision-making board of council. All other committees, they can make decisions, but decisions that are made here are binding. Now, debating or opening a debate that has happened at a committee level, I don't think is fair. Council now have announced a date, which is final, the dated December 2024. No, 30th. 13th, I'm sorry, 13th, yeah? I said 13th calendar. No, don't try to, no, I said 13th, very clear. Right, 1-0, yes. Yeah. Now, order. Right, the 13th, right, 13th calendar. Right, are you clear now? The date is 13th December 2024, not 30th. 13th, right? Not 30th. Are you following? 1, 3. Okay. Thank you.
Point of order.
Thank you.
Point of order, Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
Can you give us some indication of whether your office has worked out the practicalities of issuing the vouchers to 110 councillors all on the 13th of December?
No.
Because it's going to take days.
Okay.
Days
That's
not point
to
of
do it.
order.
Order, councillors.
I speak as a ward councillor, and I've been through this issue before signing for vouchers.
Okay.
It is physically impossible for your office to issue the vouchers to all 110 or 12, whatever it is, councillors in one day.
Okay. Thank you.
Please advise us on the practicalities.
Okay, council can't discuss details and the operations, but my office will handle that with councillors. Rest assured, my office will deal with that because I don't want to discuss logistics here in council, but the office will attend to that, and we are raising a very important point. Councillors, let's proceed. There are any leave of absence, City Manager?
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. The following are the registered application for leave of absence. Councillor Eskumete, not available today due to personal commitments. Councillor J. Esop, not available due to personal commitments. Councillor S.H. Ntombela, not available due to personal commitments. Councillor T. Mohammed, not available due to personal commitments. Councillor Z Solomon, indisposed. Councillor P.H. Numalo, indisposed. Councillor Shusanka, to join the meeting late. Councillor F. Ismail, indisposed. Councillor M. Brauterseth, indisposed. Councillor J. Esop, personal commitments, I think this is repeated, I apologize. Councillor V. Ndlovu, indisposed. Councillor K. M. Cele, indisposed. From the 28th of November to the 4th of December. Councillor O. N. Zondi, indisposed. Councillor M. Kize, indisposed. Councillor A. Shahid, indisposed. Councillor H. De Boer, not available due to personal commitments. Councillor W. Spear, indisposed. Councillor J. Black, not available due to personal commitments. Councillor S. Shozi, indisposed. Councillor M. Kubisa, indisposed. Councillor Vim Kize to join the meeting late. Councillor I. Said, indisposed. Councillor N. E. Pechapen, indisposed. Councillor Z. Mwango to request to leave the meeting at 12. Request to leave the meeting at 12. Councillor J. Anipen request to leave the meeting at 2 p.m. Councillor N. P. Shlomuga request to leave the meeting at 12. Councillor J. Naidu away on municipal business. Councillor Tim Kunu away on municipal business. Councillor Z. P. Mieni away on municipal business. Councillor T. Mia indisposed. Councillor B. T. Ntuli not available due to personal commitments. Councillor N. Vilagazi indisposed. Councillor B. Tusi not available due to personal commitments. I thank you, Honourable Speaker.
Yeah, thank you very much, City Manager. Councillors, are all the leave of absent agreed?
Order, Speaker. Speaker.
Yes, there's a hand at this side, there's a hand on my far right. I think it's Councillor Fontaine. Let's start this side. I think it's Ndlovu.
Speaker, just a minor correction. It's not V Ndlovu, it's M Ndlovu.
And Ndlovu, okay.
MF Ndlovu.
Let's make those corrections. Councillor Fontaine?
Councillor S.G. Gama is not available today.
SG Kama. Okay, thank you for that. I think it's Sengwa.
Councillor Vatiswa and Councillor Kaya Mhlaba, they are both not available due
Okay.
to personal commitment.
Okay, councillors, are all the leave of absent agreed? Thank you very much. Let me announce minor changes in our agenda before we move. Okay, let me do this. Let me deal with the declaration of interest first before I make those changes. Anyone to declare interest? Anyone to declare interest? None. Right. These are the changes that are going to happen. Soon after this item, I will invite the mayor because the executive committee have made a special request of which the mayor has submitted that request. There's a family or there's a person which the executive committee have made an arrangement to donate a wheelchair, but the escort through the mayor will explain that, and I'm told that person who is a beneficiary of that special gift from our executive committee is also part of the meeting, but I don't want to deal with those matters. I will then invite His Worship Councillor Xaba on behalf of the executive to render that item. Nkos.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Colleagues in the executive, councillors, Amakosi, the community at large, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much. City Manager and the team, thank you very much. On the 20th, 20 November 2024, the Community Services Committee under the leadership of Councillor Zama Sokabase presented the report at ESCO seeking authority to accept donation of a wheelchair by the Smith family and the residents of Amanzimtoti area in the south of Durban. Mr. Ree Smith is living with a physical disability and loves the ocean, but unfortunately cannot enjoy swimming due to his disability. It is through the actions of unknown persons that the sand cruiser wheelchair was created. The wheelchair was brought to the attention of the Parks, Recreation and Culture Unit on the 26th July 2024, when Mr. Smith came to the Amanzimtoti beach. After spending time in the ocean, Mr. Smith requested that lifeguards should continue utilizing the wheelchair to assist other people living with disabilities so that they can have an opportunity to experience the ocean if interested to do so. The wheelchair will provide comfort to people living with disabilities to easily access the beach, including traversing sandy dunes and accessing water edges. The wheelchair will be stored at the Amanzimtoti main beach office for safekeeping, and arrangements have been made for its maintenance and repairs. Furthermore, a process will be established for borrowing and usage purposes. The committee appreciated the generosity displayed by Mr. Smith and encouraged the PRC unit to consider purchasing more sand cruiser wheelchairs to assist people living with disabilities when visiting beaches located within the eThekwini municipal area. The executive committee expressed appreciation for this initiative by the Smith family and supported the recommendation made by the Community Services Committee to purchase additional sand cruiser wheelchairs. That would allow the initiative to be extended to other municipal beaches, thereby improving accessibility for all. On behalf of the municipality, as the mayor of the city, I wish to express our gratitude in writing as requested to the Smith family. I'm told that the Smith family is present in the chamber, and I would so wish to extend the letter to the family on behalf of the municipality. Mr. Speaker, thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Your Worship. I will now give you that opportunity, Your Worship, moving with speed, just to hand over the letter as we have indicated. We'll then proceed with our meeting.
Berger will bring up the family so that I can do the honors on behalf of the council.
Oh, can we request those who are with the family to bring them side so that we can, yeah, come this side, sir, come this side. Yes, come in the front, so that the members of the public will also see what the executive committee is doing for our communities. You must face the cameras, you must face the cameras. Sorry, sir, you must face the cameras. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much, Your Worship, to you, to the committee under the leadership of Councillor Zamaso Kabase and their team, to those who have donated the wheelchair. Thank you very much, Your Worship, for that.
Yes, and
Councillor Beckner.
yeah, thank you, Chair. I was up to speak on this item.
No. Order, councillors. Order. Councillor Beckner. This is not an item. Order. The mayor came to me and make a special request on behalf of the executive committee to hand over this wheelchair. I have then agreed to make changes in the council agenda, just for that purpose only, but not to open a debate with a donation. Therefore, I won't allow to speak. Councillor Mngango?
Speaker, just an order. I think the issue raised by Councillor Beck is because on the agenda, 3.2 is an item on this issue, on this matter. So I think what should have happened, we should have maybe...
Order.
We should have tabled the report and then we adopt the recommendation, then hand over. I think that's why the confusion is, because the item is on the agenda anyway.
Order. Yeah. Now, if the item is on 3.2, as we are saying to me, but what I was responding to, I was responding to a special request made by the mayor. I think we're done with what the mayor has requested. Let's proceed with our meeting. We are now dealing with the minutes. We're dealing with the minutes. There are a number of sets. The first set is for the minutes, for the meeting that was on the 30th of October 2024. This was a special meeting. We're going to look on those minutes first, then we will deal with the meeting that was on the 6th November 2024. Then later, we will deal with the in-committee minutes. Let's now deal with the first set for the meeting that was on the dated, the special meeting. I hope we all have those copies of that minutes. Awekho mu minute la meeting. Ale meeting ngomhlelo October. Now let's start with the corrections first before we take matters arising. Page 3749. Any correction, raise your hand. 3750, 3751, 3752, 3753, 3754, 3755, 3756, 3757, 3758, 3759, 3760, 3761, 3762, 3763, 3764. There are no corrections. Now, anyone to raise a matter, you can refer us to a paragraph. If there's anyone to raise a matter, no matters arising on this first set of minutes. Anyone to move for the adoption? Anyone to move for the adoption? Councillor Kwela?
Thank you, Speaker. I move for the adoption of the...
Thank you. Any seconder? Any seconder for the first set of our minutes? Councillor Bosi,
The first set of the minutes, thank you.
thank you. The first set of minutes have been moved and seconded. Let's move now to the second set for the meeting that was on the 6th November 2024. Is a thick document, but we will move with speed for corrections first. 3776, 3777, 3778, 3779, 3780, 3781, 3782, 3783, 3784, 3785, 3786, 3787, 3788, 3789, 3790, 3791, 3792, 3793, 3794, 3795, 3796, 3797, 3798, 3799, 3700, 3801, 3802, 3803, 3804, 3805, 3806, 3807, 3808, 3809, 3810, 3811, 3812, 3813, 3814, 3815, 3816, 3817, 3818, 3819, 3820, 3821, 3822, 3823, 3824, 3825, 3826, 3827, 3828, 3829, 38030, 3831, 3832, 3833, 3834, 3835, 3836, 3837, 3838, 3839, 3840, 3841, 3842, 3843, 3844, 3845, 3846, 3847, 3848, 3849, 3850, 3851, 3852, 3853, 3854, 3855, 3856, 3857, 3858, 3859, 3860, 3861. Lama page la wabizo ngathi ungabiza ibreak yethi bekuqhutshekwe. Maningi kakhulu. 3863, 3864, 3865, 3866, 3867, 3868, 3869, 3870, 3871, 3872, 3873, 3874, 3875, 3876, 3877, 3878, 3879, 3880, 3881, 3882, 3883, 3884, 3885, 3886, 3887, 3888, 3889, 3890, 3891, 3892, 3893, 3894, 3895, 3896, 3897, 3898, 3899, 3900, 3901, 3902, 3903, 3904, 3905, 3906, 3907, 3908, 3909, 3910, 3911, 3912, 3913, 3914, 3915, 3916, 3917, 3918, 3919, 3920, 3921, 3922, 3923, 3924, 3925, 3926, the last page. Right, any matters arising from this set? Anyone to raise any matter? None, right? Or Councillor Kuala?
Yes, Chairperson, I don't refer to 3.3889.
3889, right?
But
3889.
clarity of le upper limit, itu ya nini ngoba silindile kodwa manje sayiphasisa le asazi ukuyani.
Thank you. Anyone to move for adoption? Anyone to move for adoption? Councillor Ngwengwe?
Speaker, I move.
Right, any seconder?
Second Speaker.
Councillor Kuma, thank you. Moved and seconded. We'll deal with the in-committee later when we're in the committee meeting. Now, there are no questions in terms of section 26(7). As we have explained in our last meeting, I will now invite His Worship the Mayor to table the first report of the Executive Committee. Your Worship.
Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
Madam Speaker, thank you very much. It's my honor to present the first report of the Executive Committee. It is so tabled.
Thank you very much, Your Worship. I will now invite the City Manager to present the report. City Manager.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. First report of the Executive Committee from their meeting, which was held on the 26th of the 11th, 2024. Item 1 is the report of Trading Services Committee from their meeting, which was held on the 13th of the 11th, 2024. Item 1.1, request for authority to identify unspent funds for allocation to augment the 2024-2025 operational and capital budget within the medium and low voltage operations department of electricity unit. Committee recommends.
Thank you, City Manager. I've got speakers on this item. My first speaker is Councillor Kavenda from the Democratic Alliance. Then I've got Councillor Zuma from HNSA, then Councillor Ndlovu from the ANC. Only 3 speakers in that order. Councillor Kavenda.
Thank you. Good morning, Speaker, and good morning, everyone. Speaker, this item starts off with a preamble that is dedicated to the challenges that the street lighting unit faces. Now, the street lights debacle has been plaguing Itiquini Municipality for years now. Almost a decade, if memory serves me correct. It is unbelievable how Itiquini Municipality is unable to eradicate this irritation for the thousands of ratepayers that suffer from defective streetlights or no streetlights. Reference number upon reference number gets generated, but all we know is the exact place where they go to die. These references are simply purged from the system whilst the resident is oblivious and waits in vain. There is no sense of urgency in dealing decisively with defective streetlights, and year in and year out we see the same promises, but really not much of a dent. Now, if and when repairs are done, it doesn't last long, and certain officials have become totally unresponsive to councillors and complainants alike, with one even telling me that we must just be patient. Now, how long is a piece of string? I don't, and certainly residents are not unreasonable. We have been patient for years. Now, while we welcome this directive to identify unspent budget, noting that some of these resources cost almost 7 million rand a month, for which we don't have a budget, and that the operating budget for the next 3 years is a staggering 335 million rand, which we also have to find budget for, is a very little glimmer of hope. It's worth noting that you state in this report that the electricity unit's mission is to provide electricity, public lighting, and other energy services. But the fact is that many areas suffer debilitating, frequent network failures and a collapse in service delivery. We are also glad that you record and take cognizance of the fact that this is indeed a danger to residents who depend on oxygen, nebulizers, and even fridges that store life-saving medication. But this is merely stating the obvious if nothing gets done. It doesn't also help the frantic, distressed residents who face this anxious situation almost weekly. You know, funny enough, as I sit in this meeting, I received an email at about 9 o'clock declining a request for streetlights in a certain area which has been outstanding since March this year. The official's reasoning is that he declined the job card because the area is a hotspot for crime and cable theft. So he suggests that residents get together with law enforcement and resolve the issue before he proceeds to consider replacing those streetlights. I'll pause there. As the DA, we are firm about this. It is not the job, neither do residents get paid, let alone whether it is safe for them to guard or police municipal infrastructure. This issue is something that this municipality has been grappling with, as I said before, for over a decade. Yet we have not even established a task force to deal with this. Residents are turned away from SAPs when they try to open cases as they are not the owners of the property and have no locus standi. I actually suggested to this official that the city holds their own workshop or stakeholder meeting to find a solution with the legislated custodians who are tasked with dealing with this and not fob up responsibility to those that are ill-equipped to deal with the citywide scourge. Now, what is worrisome is the fact that in all of our budget allocations across exercise transparency with ratepayers, particularly with the streetlights and the network failures, instead of allowing councillors to bear the brunt of your failures. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Kavenda. Councillor Zuma, Eshinese.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. While we welcome this initiative as Action SA, we welcome this initiative as Action SA that eThekwini Municipality's decision to identify unspent funds to boost the medium and low voltage operations department budget. However, this necessary step will help towards improving the delivery of essential services, but there's a deep concern that over 426 million has been left unspent. The staggering figure represents undelivered services to residents who are desperately needing them. The availability of these funds underscores a plague of inefficiency and mismanagement within this municipality. While our communities face frequent power outages and service delivery backlogs, such underspending is unacceptable. Unspending on service delivery is a chronic issue that must be dealt with within this municipality. Thanks, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Councillor Zuma. Councillor Ndlovu, ANC.
Siyabonga kakhulu Somlomo, sibingelele kumakhosi aseNdlunkulu, sibingelele kubabume namakhansela onke. ANC sifisa ukwamukela lo mbiko. Siwamukela ngenxa ukuthi izinselelo ezibhekene nomnyango ikakhulukazi uma ukhuluma ngento yama street lights siyabona ukuthi endaweni eziningi ama street lights awakhanyi and kunzima ukuthi kube khona abantu abasilekelelayo ngoba uma ubuka ngokwe-organogram yethu okwamanje sayi-approve singayi-implement le besisanda kwe-approve kwikhansela edlule. Sirelaya kakhulu kuma-contractor but esithemba ukuthi eze siqhubeka siya phambili njengoba kunaleya organogram ne-strategy esisaka-trading and services esasithinta u-electricity. Siyakuveza ngokusobala indlela esizokwazi ukusebenza ngayo izokwazi futhi ukulekelela kakhulu ukuthi sinciphise ama-contractor. Kodwa-ke sikhuluma nje la somlomo asinayo i-contract yama-street light okusho ukuthi ukhansela ugavenda izinto abezisho eziningi ziyenzeka ngenxa yokuthi kubaluleke kangakanani ukuthi le report siyi-support siyiphasise ngoba ama-street light awanayo i-contract. So le mali ezotholakala la izosiza ukuthi sihambe siqala i-process yokuba ne-contract yama-street lighting ukuze-ke sikwazi senze umsebenzi olindelekile kubahlali baseThekwini. Ngaloko ngiyafisa ukuthi si-ede nokuthi i-budget esinikwa yona kakhulukazi u-electricity uma ubuka kulo financial year i-budget ikhathiwe kodwa ikhathwa nje i-budget i-infrastructure indala then kube ne-inclement weather then kube i-theft and vandalism. Ngaso sonke isikhathi yenza kube nzima ngoba ufika urepair abantu baphinde futhi bantshontshe amakhebulu. So siyafisa-ke ukuthi sibe nendlela nathi yokudila nento social because into ye-theft yamakhebulu akuyona into technical but the social kufanele sibambisane neziphathimandla namaphoyisa. Kodwa-ke sibe sifisa ukusho ukuthi si-ANC siyawusupporta lo mbiko. Siyathemba ukuthi uma siwusupport uzolekelela kakhulu ukuphendula iy'nkinga ama-ward councillors nabahlali baseThekwini ababhekene nazo kakhulukazi abakhokhi bentela. Ngiyabonga.
Yeah, thank you very much, councillors. The recommendations are on page 7. There are 3 recommendations. The first 2 are for noting. The 1.1.3 is for approval. Is the recommendation 1.1.1 noted, councillors? Recommendation 1.1.2 noted, councillors? 1.1.3 is agreed. Thank you very much. City Manager, let's move to the next item.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Report number 2 is the report of the Finance Committee from their meeting which was held on the 14th and the 20th of the 11th, 2024. Item 2.1, Revenue Management, Customer Awareness and Engagement Roadshows. Implementation report dated 5th November 2024. Committee recommends.
Yeah, thank you very much, City Manager. I've got 4 speakers. The first speaker is from the EFF, Councillor Hlengwa. Second,
Correct, Speaker, correct.
Councillor Kambule, I see.
yeah, no. Gifunde palela. Yeah, kushukuthi ndina. La kubhaliwe kwaphinde kwacorrectwa ngezansi is APF. Councillor Hlengwa. Second speaker, Action SA, Councillor Kupeka. The third and the last speaker, ANC, Councillor Xaba. Hlengwa, number 1.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, before I start, I'm a little bit concerned with the position that Councillor Ndlovu is sleeping at. He might fall. Speaker,
Wena Hlengwa.
Speaker, umuntu uthi akajabule kakhulu ileli thuba lokuthi uhanjiswe kubantu i-awareness so that abantu bakithi bezohlezi be-informed ngezinto ezenzekalayo nezinto abangaze bazuze kuzona. Si-African people first. So thokoza kakhulu ukuthi uma kunalama awareness afana nalawa uma enziwa anikezelwe nje isikhathi kahle kungabi nje i-tick box kind of an exercise siyayisupporta si-African People Force,
Councillor Hlengwa,
and we are happy.
your time is up.
Siyabonga.
Councillor Kubeka.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Action SA welcomes the report because this process of conducting customer awareness and engagement of road shows is assisting the municipality in resolving queries related to our municipality bills and the implementation of programs such as the relief program and deceased estate debt relief adlala iqhaza elikhulu ekwehliseni imithwalo kubantu bakithi, especially labo who are struggling to pay their high bills. And as Action SA councillors, we took advantage of this program, which we able to assist over 1,000 of eThekwini citizen queries who had issues with their bills. My local speaker, as Action SA, we support this engagement roadshows. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much, Councillor Kubeka. Your worship. Councillor Xaba.
Very much, Speaker. As part of the city's debt reduction strategy, the city manager is conducting revenue management, customer awareness, and engagement roadshows. And I wish to remind the public that the debt relief program ends on the 31st of December 2024. I wish to indicate that this program addresses high bills. We understand that most customers, well, a significant number of customers were complaining about receiving high bills, and they felt that they were receiving little attention from the city officials. When this matter was brought to the attention of the city manager, he agreed that a roadshow be rolled out so that we take this issue to the community with a view of addressing all the queries relating to high bills. In addition, we addressed the issue of deceased estates. As we know, Mr. Speaker, how difficult it was to recover revenue from deceased estates. I wish to indicate that there is a value place that we consider only deceased estate properties with up to the value of R1 million. And our officials also direct those customers who deserve to be considered for indigent support to the relevant officials. I wish to indicate that if there was anything that we should be applauded for, this is one of the things where we take services directly to the community, especially those services that seek to address the issues that many people have been complaining about. The roadshow has been conducted in various communities, and next week we are in the south and Makapeni, as well as in Gomashu on the 7th, and on the 8th we're in John Dube High School, as well as in the south again. And we wish to invite the public to come to these roadshows, because that's where there are issues that they've been complaining about will be addressed. I wish to thank the city officials for being at the forefront in rolling out the program. I wish to thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much, Bob Mayor. Councillors, are the recommendations noted? City Manager, next item.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. It's item number 2.2, report on revenue policies framework, dated the 10th of October 2024. Committee recommends.
Thank you very much. On 2.2, page 12, there are no speakers on this item. The item is for noting. No.
Noted.
Yes. Are the noted, councillors? City Manager.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Item 2.3, billing report for the month of October 2024. Committee recommends.
2.3, there are speakers. The first speaker is Councillor Kubeka, Action SA. The second speaker is Councillor Shezi, ANC. And the last speaker is Councillor Klaba, His Worship, the ANC. Then, first speaker, Bega.
Honorable Speaker.
Speaker,
Yes.
sorry, Speaker. I just wanted to call a point of clarity on the recommendations. There's discrepancies with the numbers.
On which report?
It's on 2.3, under the property values on page 16. Doesn't make sense.
The one that has been noted already?
No, 2.3 now.
2.3, okay, right. Refer
Yes.
us to the page.
Page 16, bottom, property values, where it has the amount in numbers, it has the amount in words. You either got a couple of zeros missing, or you've put billion instead of million. But I think there's some numbers missing there, just for clarity.
Okay, the numbers. Okay. Maybe before we invite speakers, City Manager, can we attend to that? Can we please? Yourself and the CFO, if you are closer, so that before we invite councillors, we are clear on the numbers, whether is a mistake or it was deliberate, so that we are clear. Can you please, City Manager, I'm sure you are clear where the councillor is referring us under property values, that paragraph.
Yeah, thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I'm going to request the CFO to clarify. Dr. Mngoni, can you please assist? Thank you. Yeah, thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Dr. Mnguni is confirming that it was a typo. They left 3 zeros, which would have confirmed that the amount is in billions of rands. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for the clarification. Thank you, Councillor, for bringing that to our attention. Now we will invite our speakers with that correction made on that paragraph. Councillor Pega.
Thank you, Speaker. Action SA note this report, especially on the possibility of recruiting graduates to read meters, because our estimation at the risk is cool, Lapabantu Baditi, the service tola bekokela amabhili amakhulu abangawazi futhi angabafanele Speaker, and it will create imisebenzi siqede nendlala emakhaya. Siyabonga futhi Speaker nokuthi the billing system, the meter reading will be monitored under one roof. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much, Councillor Pega. Councillor Shezi.
Asibingelele Somlomo, siyabonga kakhulu ithuba. Somlomo, it is for this council to note ukuthi siyaqikelela futhi sizoqikelela siwumasipala siwumkhandlu weTheku ukuthi i-billing system yethu i-accurate. Siphinde futhi siwandisa amathuba ukuthi sibafundise ama-resident nge-online platform ukuthi bakwazi ukuzingenela kuwona. Siphinde futhi sisho ukuthi si-consent ngo-25% ama-meters angaka-readwa ngendlela efanele. So siwulo mkhandlu siyaqinisekisa ukuthi going forward sizokwenza sure konke esikwenzayo kuhambisana nenqubomgomo efanele. Siyabonga Somlomo.
Thank you very much, Your Worship. The Mayor, Councillor Klaba.
Thank you very much. We wish to report that our revenue increased from 3.5 billion rand in July to 4.1 in October. That means that the city is really ramping up its efforts to collect the debt from those who are not paying. I also wish to register that on the rates clearance certificate front, the city has committed itself to issuing rates clearance certificates in 10 days, and that has increased the revenue that the city was able to generate. And for example, in the month of October, we generated over 77.6 million rand, up from what we generated in October, and which was 71.1 million rand. It indicates that when we put our shoulder to the wheel, this is what the city can actually achieve. The Committee of Finance has resolved that we would leave no stone unturned to enhance revenue collection in the city, so that the city is able to do things that it can't do with the available budget. And we also wish to increase the amount allocated to capital projects, up from what we are currently allocating, which is about 3 billion or 4 billion rand from own revenue, to amount that will actually enable us to do all the amount of work that we want to do to improve, to maintain our infrastructure and repair the infrastructure, so that we are then able to extend services even to those who currently do not receive services. We can only achieve that if the revenue grows and we are able to do a bit more than what we can. We believe that there is a potential to raise revenue, and we have not determined by how much we want the city to grow its revenue, but with time we'll come back with a figure and a commitment, and that we want the city to raise its revenue, own revenue, and by so that we stick to that target, and for the year under review and in the next financial year. With that, Mr. Speaker, I wish to commend the city officials for doing well, and commend the CFO for not only maintaining a balanced budget, but also a credible budget as well. With those words, thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Councillors, are the recommendation noted? City Manager, next item.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. We now move to item number 2.4, which is the debt collection report for the month of October 2024. Committee recommends.
Right, 2.4 on page 23. Councillor Pekte, you are number 1. Councillor McPherson, number 2. Councillor Mwango, you are number 3. Your Worship, the Mayor, you are number 4. Councillor Pekte.
Thank you very much, Chair. I'm not going to say much, and although I hear the chairperson of the committee saying that we are working towards getting more revenue in to be able to expend more, one has to express concern to the fact that in the last year we've increased our debt by 33% by 6.9 billion rand more in 1 year from October alone, and then of that a staggering 1.4 billion that's occurred over in the last 2 months from September and October, which goes beyond the 3% of the rest of the year. One would also I have to express concern that our collection rate for October plummeted to 77%. Although we are still on an average for the year, you need to recover more than 100% to offset the deficit. So at the moment we are actually going in arrears, and hence the fact that we've grown by 1.4 billion. One would also have to draw attention to the parastatals and those like the Nkunyama Trust, government departments, Transnet. Debt is historical within the municipality, and every time we just say we are busy negotiating, we are waiting for COCTA, but that money does not seem to come in, not even those that are promised by some of these entities. One would also ask, and the chairperson again alluded to the 1 million rand threshold for properties that are in a deceased estate, that this municipality also extend consideration to uplifting that threshold to 1.5 million to see if we cannot also balance the books on that side. And again, the debt relief program, as was alluded, that's coming to an end on the 31st of December. Those are just a few weeks away, and also take into consideration that the administration virtually grinds to a slow halt on the 13th of December, means that we actually only got 2 weeks. We ask that they really be carried out with these programs to the communities, and then to also not just focus on one portion of the community, but also focus on the rate-paying part of our communities, so that that information can be disseminated quickly. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor McPherson.
Thank you, Chair. I'm not going to add much more than what my colleague has just spoken to, but just to again raise the red flag, which is the Democratic Alliance we feel the need to do at every council meeting and every committee meeting where we see these numbers in front of us. Speaker, our concern remains the same. If the debt grows uncollected debt grows at 3% per month, the trajectory shows that in a year's time, our debt will have grown by uncollected debt will have grown by a further 12 billion, bringing a total of uncollected debt or outstanding debt to 47 billion. We've said meeting after meeting, it's unsustainable, and the trajectory is financial bankruptcy if we don't stem it. We further went on to say, and we're going to put it on record again, that simply writing off a massive part of this debt as a solution to reducing the debt will in itself be a travesty. It'll be escaping the reality, because once you write off, what depends on who you speak to, 12 billion, 13 billion, 14 billion, the debt will simply just keep growing. We have to collect what is due, and we have to collect it urgently, otherwise switch off the services, like every other municipality is doing around the country right now. So I just, for the sake of it, Speaker, writing off the massive part of this 35 billion is not the solution. We want the money collected. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor McPherson. Councillor Mwango.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Honourable Speaker, race clearance certificates have been an issue in the municipality. One must commend the leadership of the mayor and the officials, CFO. We have seen improvement, because this has been a challenge which affected mainly the property market. We hope that such initiative and the focus on revenue will continue, Honourable Speaker, and we really want to commend this. But one must just add one concern around meter inspections, which are still a challenge. They sometimes make appointments. They don't make appointments with the residents. Then when there is no one in that residence, then they record saying there was no one, then it delays the sales of properties. So I think if you can make appointments, it would be better. But overall, we've seen improvement, Honourable Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you very much, His Worship. Councillor Klabo.
I agree with Councillor Nwango that there is improvement on our revenue generation front. And it is not true that we are proposing to write off close to 35 billion rand as alleged by Mr. Mafesin. If anything, we are handing over those who don't pay our debt to our lawyers, and then disconnecting those who are connecting to our services illegally. We are also replacing our faulty meters, be it electricity or water, because we think only if we are able to have a proper functioning metering system that we can be able to raise all the money due to the municipality. As part of the debt reduction strategy, we are embarking all these initiatives, including deceased estate and project, the debt relief program that we announced for October to December, are part of our strategy to ramp up revenue generation as a city. I think we are on course. We have agreed as a finance committee that those are the initiatives that we must embark upon. One colleague, I think, was from the EFF in the finance committee, proposed that we must also incentivize those that to come up with some strategies to encourage people to pay for services, if it means rewarding those who religiously commit to paying for services. We welcome suggestions like that because they take us forward, as opposed to taking an opposition stance just for the sake of opposition. There's just no way that we can take an opposition stance where you have a responsibility to govern, where the council plays a dual role. It is an executive and the legislature. So collectively, we are an executive of this municipality. In that case, there's no us and them. There's no people who are across the benches and them on the other side of the benches. But we are collectively responsible for failures if there are any. It is in that regard that we must collectively work hard to ensure that we improve this revenue, because only when our revenue has been enhanced that we can be able to deliver more services to our people. I think I have a good team in the finance. Is working very hard and to deliver on this mandate, to ensure that we generate more money so that our money can work a long line. So attending to all those issues. We're also attending to issues where there are leakages. Very soon we'll be meeting with the MPEC account to look at issues that they deal with, so that instead of looking at matters post facto and issues of irregularity, wasteful expenditure, and so on, we are then able to deal with preventative measures, because only when we are effective in preventing irregular expenditure, wasteful and wasteful or not, and fruitless expenditure, indeed, that would be able to walk a long way. With those words, Mr. Speaker, thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Councillors, are the recommendation noted? Next item, City Manager.
Thank you very much, Honourable Speaker. Item 2.5, Budget Statement Report for the month ended 31st October 2024. Committee recommends.
All right, 2.5. The first speaker is Councillor B. Ntuli, DA. The second speaker, Councillor Chai Chai from the IFP. The third and the last speaker is Councillor S. Nala from the ANC. Councillor Ntuli.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as of late, this council has been inundated with reports.
Please try to bring your microphone closer to you. Thank you.
This council have been inundated with reports to note that are very not pleasing to note, with this one item being one of those which the council today needs to note with very great concern. What is tabled before the council is a summary of a 161 pages report. At committee, we raised many points, of which today I intend to make strong emphasis on, being A, the anticipated over expenditure on EPWP, B, overtime budget and expenditure, C, unauthorized, irregular, fruitless and wasteful expenditure. Indeed, those three, Mr. Speaker. One, the EPWP. As the DA, we have always raised many questions about the mismanagement of this important program. We continue to ring that bell when we have such reports that we should expect more problems of over expenditure. In all the cases of over expenditure in any institution, they are a result of not getting your numbers right. We ring that bell more because the service levels do not meet value for money. The state of parks in the city, the state of cemeteries, the state of water streams, and at large, the cleanliness of the city all do not convince, not with whatever motivation that we have an EPWP. Thus, Mr. Speaker, at committee, we strongly suggested that an audit to verify home bodies be made on EPWP. The second one will be that aspect of overtime budget and expenditure, which also raises eyebrows. In a city where residents will go for days without electricity, water, and live next to blocked sewer lines and walk over raw sewer, as well as lose gazillions of liters due to water leaks, it's impossible to accept that there are people working overtime, let alone that of performance bonuses. It is a fact that an employer big as eThekwini Municipality can never escape the need for overtime. However, the value for money needs to meet service levels. No DCM, no HOD, no depot manager, no area manager should complain about shortage of teams or lack of resources if we have such high amounts budgeted and spent on overtime and performance bonuses. Then the third one, Mr. Speaker, will be this demon of unauthorized, irregular, fruitless and wasteful expenditure. uNkulunkulu akayifuni lento. Athi obhale kahle lapha nencwadini engcwele incwadi yeZakha 17 verse 16 liyasibuza ukuthi why should a fool have money in his hand to buy wisdom when he has no sense? The root causes of all problems aligned to this demon point to failures of SCM, basic things such as leases and contract management, delays in SCM, etc. The next item, 2.6, will be explicit in explaining this. So for now, I reiterate, Mr. Mayor, to request to HR and SCM to align senses so that our expenditure will show that we have acceptable levels of wisdom at spending points of the municipality. I wish to close on the matter by reiterating the words of Almika Cabral, which say that every responsible member must have the courage of their responsibilities, exacting from others a proper respect for their work and properly respecting the work of others. The report we received shows that kukhona abangawenzi umsebenzi wabo ngendlela okuyiyona. Mbabu Mayor, Nonkosi, all your efforts to balance the books of this municipality will be in vain so long as the service levels of the municipality remain unsatisfactory and still in care, unauthorized, irregular, fruitless and wasteful expenditure. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Chai Chai.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. The IFP supports the item with the concerns with the fact that the EPWP is very much important if we're talking about a budget statement report and part of what is assisting our community, and for the national department to take over in such from the municipality. It shows that our municipality, we are not in the state of taking everything into consideration, or we're doing things in a wrong way. So we seriously please that whatever that take place, we know that the programs that are taking place, they are assisting the communities that are in need. The level of crime also that is happening, that is why some of the programs have been removed from the municipality. Let us focus and make sure that we do things accordingly.
Thank you very much, Councillor Nchai. Councillor Esnala.
Thank you very much, Speaker. As the ANC, we note and support the report. But I just want to go through a few things. I will touch on the debt relief program and the deceased estate write-off and the EPWP. The debt relief programs are designed to alleviate financial burdens by restructuring, reducing, and eliminating debts. One of the primary benefits is the opportunity for individuals to regain control of their finances. For those overwhelmed by debt, these programs can help prevent bankruptcy, preserve credit ratings, and enable a fresh financial start. Debt relief programs also reduce stress and anxiety associated with financial struggles, improving mental health and overall quality of life. By addressing debt responsibly, individuals can focus on rebuilding their financial stability and planning for the future. For creditors, debt relief programs provide a practical solution to recover a portion of outstanding debts rather than losing the entire amount through defaults and insolvency. These programs create a structured framework for repayment, ensuring that creditors receive some compensation while fostering goodwill and trust with borrowers. Now, on the deceased estates write-off, this addresses the financial liabilities left behind when someone passes away. A key advantage is the protection offered to surviving family members. Many families lack the resources to settle large debts, and writing off family members can focus on emotional healing without the added stress of unmanageable debts. Debt write-offs for deceased estates also simplify the administration of the estate by clearing the debts that exceed the estate's value. Legal processes are expedited, reducing conflicts among beneficiaries and creditors. To address the concerns now rising on the uncollected debt and the decreasing of revenue and increasing water expenditure, we can adopt a multifaceted approach. Here are the practical strategies to overcome these challenges. Number one, we need to strengthen debt collection mechanism. Number two, we need to enhance revenue generation. Number three, we need to manage water expenditure. This will also include infrastructure investment, replacing of aging infrastructure to reduce maintenance costs and water loss due to leaks. Now, coming to the EPWP program. The program is aimed at reducing unemployment and alleviating poverty, with the focus on providing temporary work opportunities and skills development for marginalized groups. So in the EPWP, there is employment creation. The EPWP addresses unemployment by creating work opportunities in sectors like infrastructure, social services, and environmental management. It offers income to individuals, especially in rural and disadvantaged areas, improving their financial stability and the quality of life. Number two will be your skills development. Number 3 will be your poverty alleviation through this project or through this program. Temporary job opportunities and stipends. The program helps reduce poverty levels in vulnerable communities. It provides participants with the means of support to support their families and improve their living conditions. There is community development. EPW projects often focus on infrastructure, social services that benefit entire communities. Examples of that would be your wastewater, your solid waste management, and other health and social facilities, as well as implementing environmental conservation projects. This improves access to essential services and boosts local development. It stimulates now number 5 will be your economic stimulus. By injecting income into local economies, the EPWP stimulates economic activities. Participants often spend their earnings within their communities, supporting local businesses and encouraging economic growth. Now, I would like to plead with the CFO. We note that the findings of National Treasury, we note the findings of AG or National Treasury, but we want to plead with the CFO that he looks for the budget to top up on the National Treasury budget so that more of our people are employed through this wonderful program, because really such programs have an impact in the communities that we lead. I thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Nala. Councillors, are the recommendation noted? City Manager, next item.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Item 2.6, unauthorized, irregular, fruitless and wasteful expenditure incurred for the quarter ended 30 September 2024. Committee recommends.
Right, page 81, item 2.6, 2 speakers, Councillor McPherson, DA, Councillor S.M. Zimela, ANC. Those are the only 2 speakers. In that order, Councillor McPherson.
Thank you, Speaker. Let me just start off by picking up where our Honourable Mayor left off when he made reference to this very item. There's something that I do want to agree with him. And he spoke about collective responsibility, and he mentioned about collective responsibility in taking this forward, taking the city forward. And I happen to agree with that fully. That we want to be, and we've offered regularly to be part of the solution. But I think it would be unreasonable, and I'm sure that the Mayor didn't mean it when he said that we should take collective responsibility for the failures. Just on a point of correction, I didn't say 35 billion would be written off, Mr. Mayor. I said between 10 and 13. I would certainly never say something like that. With regards to the item 2.6, Speaker, unauthorized, irregular, fruitless and wasteful expenditure. This remains one of the Achilles heels of this city. You can be an incredible athlete. You can be in your prime condition, but if you've got an Achilles heel, you're not even going to be able to start the race, let alone finish it. This item remains Achilles heel.
Yeah, proceed. No, time is being monitored.
And as the Democratic Alliance, the reason that we have the recommendations outlined now as they are, rather than previously them having been noted, is because we would like to see outcomes rather than just noting. And where responsibility and accountability needs to be held or administered or followed through, that's exactly what now needs to happen to sort this Achilles heel out. And if it is SCM, so for example, the backstory to much of this is expired leases, which should have been picked up from an administration point of view. Now, if there were 7 expired leases, as I can't remember, I don't have my notes with me from the finance meeting, it's unacceptable. If proper processes weren't followed in terms of procurement, unacceptable. And that's why we're delighted that 2.61 is now being noted, the amount. 2.62, depending on the outcome of the processes, further action may arise, including disciplinary action, and importantly, recoveries of monies and criminal charges where applicable. But 2.63 is the real kicker, Speaker. The report be prepared and submitted to the MEC for Carter and Traditional Affairs, as well as National Treasury and the Office of the Auditor General. We would like, as the Finance Committee, Speaker, to see a copy of that report, so that as the committee we can follow that report and we get to see how long it takes for that report to be considered and responded to. And I think that will help prepare the Achilles heel. And once those that are in the position that allow these errors to happen realize that the Finance Committee is now serious and we're not just going to note it. And there's not going to be another $500 million or 1 billion or 3 billion in the one quarter that will be deemed as irregular and wasted. Once we get officials that understand that the spotlight and the microscope is now on them, I think that there is a real opportunity to turn this around, and we're only going to start seeing a few 100,000 rather than $500 million every time. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor McPherson. Councillor Mzimela.
Thank you, Speaker, the Mayor, colleagues and administration. Unauthorized, irregular, fruitless, wasteful expenditure. But if you go closer to it, you'll find that, yes, there are irregular expenditure that occur. However, also there are expenditure that you can say there is a value for money. But also I want to indicate that while the amount is so huge, we must note that if you exclude the local content on this amount, the amount will completely decrease below 50 million. So we trust also that the CFO, working with other departments, especially the procurement, because we believe that as the African National Congress, that's a department that must pull up its source to make sure that our target, which is a 0, is achieved. I thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Councillor Mzimela. Councillors, are the recommendation agreed? Next item, City Manager.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Next item is item 2.7. eThekwini Municipality's tender awards as at 31st October 2024. Committee recommends.
Thank you very much, Councillors. Are the recommendation noted, Councillors? Next item.
Item 2.8, investment report for the month ended 31st October 2024. Committee recommends.
2.8, right, no speakers. Are the recommendation noted? Next item.
Report of the Community Services Committee from their meeting, which was held on the 20th of the 11th, 2024. Item 3.1, request for authority to demolish the lifeguard tower building by Parks, Recreation and Culture at the Pipeline Beach. Committee recommends.
Thank you. There are speakers here. First speaker, Councillor Perte, DA. Councillor Mwango, SHINSA. Second speaker. The third speaker, Councillor Nchai, IFP. Councillor Sisoga, ANC, the last speaker.
Speaker.
Councillor Ubheka ngidingi le nto kaSpeaker ngiyivala. I-point of order noma kune rule ozoyifeya. Le nto kaSpeaker ngiyivala.
Azikenzeki.
Yeah. Mekhona into ethize nje obona ukuthi outside the rule. Ihlebe nethimba leli ngisiza la. Ukuze i-council ingaphazamiseki floor.
No, your order, Speaker.
A point of order, right?
You said ukhansela umnqango okwi-item cha, ukhansela uZuma. I think kukhona iphutha elikhona lapho kuwena speaker.
Ah, lo le ungazu ngabuyilungisa la ngaphambili lento leyo. Okay. Kodwa lana khona umncango. This is fine. This is fine. Councillor Perkle.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Starting out, we're looking at a lifeguard tower that needs to be demolished, and quite rightly so. In the latter part of just before the recommendation, it says that there was reserve expressed towards the cost factor for this lifeguard tower, which measured 6 meters by 4 meters and 6 meters high. And in the executive committee, it was also explained that that will facilitate for some containers to be placed there. Now that sounds very idyllic, but the reality is in Umdloti, the very same thing was done just over 10 years ago, and the containers and ablutions are still standing there, slowly rusting away, and nothing has been rebuilt, because the same as here, it was demolition but not rebuilding. A mere 1 kilometer from Pipeline, you've got a Municipality main beach that has had their lifeguard tower demolished in 2007. It is 17 years later, it still hasn't been rebuilt. And the same Pipeline building facilitates a pool, which is currently unusable because the building has a backfeed current for electricity, so it cannot be used. That stands next to a building on the other side of the tower that was rejuvenated using mainly paint and not much more. One would also have to look at other places, other towers in the area, like Winklespruit Beach, which is 13 kilometers from there, where the pool and lifeguard tower has been standing empty for the last 5 years. These are only, so in the whole south of 6 pools, only 2 are functional. Now we say that the lifeguards are going to be utilizing the lifeguard tower during December and it's going to be demolished in January. It's not usable. Might as well start now. The other concern is that the building as such is not damaged that it warrants complete demolition. It is only the top structure that's a problem. The bottom part can still be rebuilt or doesn't need to be, you can build on top of it rather. So one would wonder, why is it that we want to expend this kind of money to basically break down a 6 by 4 by 6 building? That's a lot of money. And should one not rather look at retaining some of the structure as opposed to taking all and getting that lifeguard tower functional sooner? Which brings me back to the beaches. If you didn't hear correctly, 2 pools of 6 are functional. We are a week away from festive season. Why is it that we always at the last moment start running around? Festive season has been there for as long as we all remember. Why is it that we're not giving the people the amenities? Why are we not fixing it in time? It's already on record that some of our beaches are polluted. The same is going to happen on that side. Then there is not even a beach, let alone a tower for the lifeguards to keep the people safe. When are we going to plan accordingly, timely, so that we give the people the amenities that was on the front page of the paper and say, welcome to Durban. But in reality, we don't even have a lifeguard tower that's safe. Seriously, thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Zuma.
Thank you, Somlomo. I just want to echo the words of the previous speaker. I do believe that he touched a lot on what I wanted to say, but we do acknowledge the decision by the municipality to demolish the damaged lifeguard tower. While ensuring safety of our beaches is crucial, this raises serious concerns as the festive season approaches. The influx of holiday makers means our lifeguards will face immense pressure. We asked the municipality what alternative structure or facility will be provided for lifeguards during this crucial time. Their role in lifeguarding and saving the lives of people cannot be compromised. Thanks, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Councillor Nchaincha.
Thank you, Speaker. I think I'm ×2 covered. Covered, more than covered. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Sissoka.
Sibonge ithuba somlomo sibingelele kubaba umeya nawona wonke amakhansela khona namakhosi endabuka khona la nomphakathi olalele kumabonakude. Somlomo njengekomiti sithatha isikhathi sahambela wonke amabhishi ala eThekwini ngenhloso yokubuka ukuthi akulungele yini ukuthi avulele abavakashi nge-festive season. That is number 1. Number 2, uqinisekisa ukuthi abasebenzi isikakhulu ama-lifeguard aney'ndawo ey'fanele yini ukuthi la angakwazi ukusebenza khona asheshe abone uma kuwukuthi khona umuntu osengxakini okwazi asheshe afinyelele kuyena. Le yasepipeline iwumphumela waloko kuvakasha nocwaningo besilenza njengekomiti la sifike khona sayibonela ngamehlo esenyama ukuthi cha kuney'ngqinamba and lezi ngqinamba sesibuka ukuthi asisheshe sibe ney'mpendulo ezizenzayo. Ingakho sipresenta le request la kwi-council namhlanje ukuthi lesasakhiwo asishawe phansi ngoba ngaphezu kokubona kwethu ngamehlo enyama onjiniyela abayinjula buchopho kwi-engineering bakwazile ukuthi basazise babheke ukuthi cha ngempela i-structure lesa asikho esimele si-right singadala ubungozi ebantwini abasebenzayo nabantu abahambela amabhishi ethu. Ingakho-ke sinale ANC sibuka ukuthi cha asikuvumele ukuthi ayidimolishwe le lifeguard house laphaya. Ngaphezu kwaloko uma ubuka leli nani elibekwe la akulona kuphela elokubhindiza kodwa imali ebekela eceleni ukubheka ukuthi izophekejwa kanjani i-projects zikwazi ukuthi isheshe implementwe Somlomo. Kuye kube yinkinga-ke Somlomo uma uhlele emzini wakho kodwa kube wena kuqala ogxeka umuzi wakho. Ngiyalalela nje lami ukukhulunywa ukuthi ikhona lento ehlose ukuthatha itheku ibekwe ngaphansi kwe-truck ngoba abantu behleli la eThekwini kodwa iy'nhliziyo zabo behleli la eThekwini ngemzimba kuphela iy'nhliziyo nemphefumulo ekwamanye amadolobha njengeKapa. Siyakubuka-ke ukuthi kuyinkinga kubantu bezofika la bekhulume ngokuthunaza itheku ngenhloso yokuthi basixoshele abavakashi abazoletha i-revenue behlala la eThekwini. So siyakufisa nje ukuthi uma sihlala la ekhaya eThekwini Municipality konke ukusebenza kwethu ney'fiso zethu awube ngidisela phezulu iflag letheku. Itheku silibeke ezingeni lokuthi nomuntu obuke kude abuke itheku njengendawo engakwazi ukuthi ayivakashele. Amabhishi ethu safe, ama-lifeguard akhona ukusebenza. Singaxoshi abantu abazosilethela imali kusasa mase futhi thina siyaqala sikhane ukuthi asikwazi ukuhambisa idingo nqala ebantwini ngoba imali ayikho kanti ixoshwa yithina. Umuntu ukuthi wala ekhaya akabola ekhaya ngenhliziyo nangezenzo nangoko konke angaphinde futhi kube uyena olayitha umlilo wendlahleli kuyona mase ekhala kakhulu mabisisha. Siyabonga Speaker njenge-ANC sithi leli phuzi impela alihambe ukuze kukwazi ukuthi idemolishwe le ndawo mase kuyakhiwa lokwakhiwa ngeze kwenziwe make udemolishwa-ke njengoba sebeshilo zakwethu.
Point of order. Point of order, Councillor Sissoka. Ncango.
Speaker, just a point of order because this is going on record. The councillor keeps saying someone make reference of Cape Town and pushing away tourists.
Order.
It's out of order.
Order.
Because I've listed the two speakers.
Kahle. Order. Councillors. I want to make this appeal again. When a councillor is recognized by the Speaker, it's only him or her who's allowed to address council. Councillor Sissoka, for you to respond to Councillor Ncango's point of order, this is wrong. And other councillors were making some noise because it makes it difficult for the Speaker to listen so that when there's anything wrong, I will be able to make a decision and guide the meeting accordingly. Please, councillors, bear with me. Assist me to run the meeting orderly. Councillor Ncango, you are still on the floor.
Speaker,
I'm the one who was on the
He
floor.
said-
Order, Councillor Soga, order.
Speaker, umandla uthi ngiyadakwa. Withdraw lo.
Councillors, Councillor Mngwango has raised a point of order. The speaker have not yet ruled on the point of order.
Okay. Let me, okay, Speaker, the issue I was raising, Councillor Sisoga keep insinuating that someone among the two speakers who have spoken are chasing tourists away from Durban to Cape Town. So I'm saying that should be withdrawn because it's misleading. I didn't hear two councillors mentioning anything about Cape Town or chasing tourists from Durban. It's misleading.
Thank you.
Because someone listening may believe that it was said.
Yeah, your point of order is overruled, is not true. Ngoba inkulumo kaSisoga ubenza isingathekiso. He never referred to any individual. Uthi abanye benza okubukeka sengathi. Therefore, your point of order is overruled. Proceed, Councillor Sisoga.
Thank you, Speaker. I must admit I made an error and spoke in Vernac with the disadvantage. Some people who look like me, but inside they are not like me. That's why they could not understand what I was saying. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Councillor Sisoga. Councillors, are the recommendations agreed? Next item, City Manager.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Next item is item 3.2. It's the donation of beach sand cruiser wheelchair by the Smiths family to the Amanzimtoti Main Beach Committee recommends.
Right, Councillor Pekte, you are number 1. Councillor Madlala, you are number 2. Okay, no. Councillor S. Madlala, EFF, number 2. Councillor Mnyandu, ANC, number 3. In that order, Councillor Pekte.
Thank you very much, Chair. Sometimes we as able-bodied people don't realize the challenges that those with disabilities have. It's very easy when you see a parking area that's quite close to a door, nice and wide and demarcated, to just park in there with the excuse, I'm just dropping off somebody. It's very easy for us when you come to a toilet and it's not serviced or not serviceable to go and seek another. For a disabled, that is not possible. It's very easy for us to gain access to beaches, walk on the sand, or to the water. Not so for the disabled, because even if they're on a wheelchair, it cannot go on the sand. It's very easy for us to say, let's put beach mats out that we see photographed to facilitate for that. But the reality is, those do not work in South Africa with the silent migration that we have. And it's also easy for us to go to a beach and recreate, while these people with disabilities have to sit there under a tree and they cannot participate. Today, the gentleman that was here, the young boy, Reese, he was born a quadriplegic. His father is his only parent, and you can see the father is an avid surfer from his attire. So this child has been growing up next to the surf his whole life, but he's never really had the ability to enter that surf. Quite rightly so, a few years ago, the province did come and they donated to the city 7 wheelchairs, but they were not really purposely built, taking all the conditions of the surf into consideration. And it wasn't very long and those chairs rusted, but there was no maintenance plan for it. Different from the one that was presented today, where it goes with a plan to service that wheelchair so that it can continue. The difference with this one, it's built from 316 marine type stainless steel. The wheels have got insulated bearings. It did not come from a government department. It was paid for by the public. The public who saw a need of a child to get into the water. The cost of that wheelchair is 50,000 rand, which is actually minuscule in consideration of how much money we do spend. And when the people out there paid for this, that boy could have kept it for himself, but he didn't. It was his decision to say, I'm unable to use it at all times. I would rather give it to the municipality so that they manage it and it can stay here, so others can also participate and get themselves into the water. And it's actually quite encouraging when you see the lifeguards participating in that. And they run as a little organization that he came up with, Waves on Wheels, which I think is quite appropriate for what happened. But we're taking it a step further with the help of Durban Tourism, Sapphire Coast Tourism, and the municipality's communications department. Wheels on Waves will be hosting a 2-day disability games at the Municipality Main Beach on the 21st and 22nd of December, which will coincide with Santa arriving on the 22nd and taking some of these people with disabilities onto the beach. And I ask that we encourage those with disabilities to participate. There will be golf, even fishing, some beanbag tossing, even volleyball for the disabled. But the city also extended, as per the recommendation, that we actually put some of these wheelchairs, purchase and put some of these beach buggy wheelchairs at all our swimming beaches, so that we not marginalize those with disabilities, but give them ample opportunity to also enjoy our amenities. With that, fully supported, and we hope to see you in Toti with Reese on the 21st and 22nd of December. Thank you, Chair.
Yes, Councillor S. Madlala.
Thank you very much, Speaker. We as the EFF would like to appreciate the Smith family for the donation of wheelchair. And we would like to encourage, especially those who are doing business with this municipality, to come forward and pledge more of this kind. Before I lobby the House and the CFO to make funds available to purchase more Sun Cruiser wheelchair to assist disabled people's needs to enjoy visit in coastlines of this city. We support and welcome the donation, Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Councillor Mnyando, ANC.
Ngibonge Speaker, bingelela amakhosi aseNdlunkulu, ngibingelela uMeya nawo wonke umkhandlu. Cha umuntu akancome i-donation yenziwe umndeni wakaSmith. Kodwa ke kuzokhumbuleka ukuthi akuyona i-donation yokuqala le eyenzekile. I-province ikuyadonate ngesihlalo esifana nalesi emabishi amabili enye ise-south enye ise-north. Siyakhuthaza ke nabanye osomabhizinisi ukuthi bangenelele enhlelweni ezifana nalezi, ukukhombisa inhlonipho enkulu nokumukela abantu abakhubazekile. Kodwa futhi kuyamangaza nje ukuthi sithi noma siubona umndeni wakaSmith nothindakalayo bese sibona ukhansela uBierte eseyoqholoshiya lapha phambili as yonke lento ingayi but ke sizoyishiya kanjalo lento. Kodwa nje lena ayikho ngomuntu kodwa ingomndeni onikele akunikelanga la ukhansela uBierte ukuthi lo wasemanzini indoda kusho ukuthi aqholoshaya lapha phambili. Siyabonga.
Siyabonga. Thank you very much, councillors. Are the recommendation agreed? Next item, City Manager.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. We are now on item number 3.3, Okay, so
3.4.
It's 3.4, sorry. Request for authority to include the eThekwini Municipality's Public Health Bylaw Delegation Part C and D into the eThekwini Municipality's System of Delegations. Committee recommends.
Right, 3.4. Councillor M. Numalo, IFP. Councillor Mazibugo, ANC. And Councillor Pewa, ANC. 3 speakers. Councillor Numalo.
No, ngiyathokoza Speaker. Ngibingelele kuwe kanye nozakwethu bonke abakhona kule makhosi asedlunkulu aphakathi kwethu. Mhlambe umuntu somlomo akaqale nje ngokuyincoma lo msebenzi lo ukuzobuyekezwa nje komthetho ikakhulu ke eyintweni eyithinta okokumaya. Siyazi ukuthi ke kuyinto nje seqhulwini kakhulu kulezi insuku lezi ikakhulukazi lapha entolo ukuthi abantu bedayise okokumayo okungekho ezingeni. Akho ke ngiyabona ukuthi njengomasipala bekusifanele ukuthi singenelele nathi ukuthi kube khona esikwenzayo njengabantu abangabaholi babantu. Akho ke ngithobeka kakhulu nje ukuthi umasipala ukuthi eyintweni efana lezi ezisebunzini kubantu kube ukuthi nawo umasipala uyangenela ukuthi uzogada lo mzini. Sithokoza kakhulu.
Thank you, Councillor Numalo. Councillor Mazibugo.
Ngibonge Speaker, ngibingelele Speaker, uMayor, uCity Manager, bona bongoza kwethu abakhona endlini. Cha ngabe ngiyona uma ngasikube ukuthi kumvuka umkhanto lapha kukhona umuntu into angatriphisa inhle kakhulu. Siyancoma nje ukuthi sonke sibe ingxenye ukwenza izinto emphakathini nanokulekelela nje ukubona ukuthi ama-bylaws akhona abekekayo ayawuseva ipurpose emphakathini. Kukona nanokuthi futhi aphinde akwazi ukuthi alekelele kukona konke. Siyabonga kakhulu.
Councillor Susoga.
Ngithuba somlomo le proposal ephambi kwethu namhlanje yokunikeza amandla ohead baka health ukuthi bakwazi ukuthi ba-implemente lama bylaws bengekafiki isikhathi esihle. Ngisho lokhu somlomo ngenxa yokuthi umengameli wezwe ubaba uCyril Ramaphosa usevele wakusho ukuthi ngenxa yokuthi sibhekene nenkinga enkulu inkilayitheka yokushonelwa abantwana ngenxa yokuthi bathenga kulama spaza shop angarejistiwe adayisa ukudla okungekho esimeni. So ke nathi njengoba siyingxenye kahulumeni osezingeni eliphansi la ku-local government ngicabanga ukuthi esikwenzayo njengamanje is in line with the proclamation by the president ukuthi senze sure ukuthi sinamandla esikakhulu ukuthinta into ezobisi esilaziyo ukuthi kuphuzwa abantwana. So ke le proposal ekhona enikeza ohead ukuthi amandla ukuthi bakwazi ukuthi uma sisebenza sivakashela lama spaza shop sikwazi ukwenza umsebenzi siwuqoshelise sifise ekugcineni ngoba sibe nenkinga yokuthi mase siwenzile lama site visits siwavala ama spaza shop meyiwe enkantolo babona ukuthi ngembobo yenaliti kanti iphutha libe sekutheni le official ebikhona ayinawo amandla ukuthi kwenze lokho. So ke ukufakwa kwale lama delegated powers kuzokwenza ukuthi ukusebenza kwethu kube sezingeni eliphezulu kufinyelele kubona wonke amakhona futhi sibe sisebenza ukulalela lokusho umengameli wezwe ubaba Ramaphosa. So ke njengo-African National Congress siyavumelana ukuthi impela lama delegated powers awanikezwe ohead ukuze ohead bakwazi ukunikeza ama-junior staff members akwazi ukuthi asebenze ngokuyikhanda nokunikela. Siyabonga.
Thank you very much. Are all the recommendations agreed, councillors? Next item, City Manager.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Item 3.5, proposed amendment to the Council adopted resolution of June 2022 regarding Imputuzeko Maskandi Festival. Committee recommends.
Item 3.5, page 36, eh?
Yes, sir.
Right. The first speaker is Councillor Mkhize from EFF. The second speaker is Councillor Mwango, HNSA. The third speaker is Councillor Kuala. Councillor Kuala is proposing an amendment then Kuala will be the first speaker on the item. Then on the substantive item are the councillors that I've mentioned. Let me invite Councillor Kuala with your amendment and fill up the form. Can we send the form to Councillor Kuala for the amendment while Councillor Kuala, you are talking on the proposed amendment?
Thank you, Speaker. The amendment is, can we put 3.5.4 that read as follows, that all municipal-sponsored events at Ethekwini Council must provide all councillors with accreditation, and there must be a suite or a marquee for councillors provided with all necessary needs for such event. Thank you.
Point of order, Speaker.
Yes, Ngomen.
Thank you, Speaker. Thank you, Speaker.
Yeah, you can proceed.
So speak Omusha, but you can proceed.
Councillor Ngomen, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Usho ukuthi kuzomela ukuthi council uma break noma kune lunch sibuye sibe lenye council informal ezophathwa komkhize nonkomeni bahlale bodwa bathatha ama decision barule ngesikhathi busy nokunye. Thank you very much, councillors. The proposal has been made by Councillor Kuala. Is seconded by Councillor Mchatu. Councillor Kuala gave us a proposal. Is the proposed amendment supported, councillors?
Supported. No,
Okay.
we don't agree.
Abstain and not, abstain and not.
Okay, okay. Let me have the screen, please.
Kulungile nohlala kwi-general phela nini.
Let me have the screen, please. No movement. Close the doors so that we are in order. Right. The proposed amendment ubabukwala obese ikhulumisile iyezwakala, but let me get the hands of those who are supporting the amendment. Please raise your board so that there's counting. Let's order. Let's raise our board. Order.
Supporter LK.
Order. Make sure that we are counted. Kahleni. Votani phela. Order. Councillors, order, please. Only the mistake you want to make. While we are voting, you open your microphone and make some statements. Nizokhuluma niphambuke endleleni. Asavala ama microphones vote kuphela. Ungagcinisona. Ngoba niyaphambuka menivula ama microphone. Asivote singakhulumi lutho. Siveke isithunzi somkhandlo. Siyavota. Sorted. Thank you. Ahlizandla. Those who are against the proposed amendment, those who are voting against,
We must not attend.
Kama voucher lwatholi. Singadlala nini?
Upper limits.
Nawe mthetho.
thank you very much. Councillors, maybe some of you are thinking we are joking here. And this disruption is coming from the ANC caucus consistently. Consistently. I've made an appeal, I've humbly requested to be orderly. But again and again, I'm being undermined, disrespected by the ANC caucus. Your behavior reflects bad about our meetings.
NK.
Members of the public are watching. Sometimes your leadership is watching. You are making noise, you are being destructive. You are making unnecessary utterances that are offensive to your fellow councillors. Again, I want to make an appeal to the ANC leadership of the caucus to make sure that your members behave. Let's hope from now on, we won't experience what we've been experiencing for quite some time. I'm humbly requesting you, councillors, to behave. Thank you very much. Those who abstain, none. Thank you. Councillors who are in support of the proposed amendment, the number is 129. Councillors who are against, the number is 39. Those who abstain, none, 0. It means the proposed amendment has been supported by the majority. It will be included as 3.5.4. Thank you very much. Let's go back to the substantive item. Councillor Mkize, you were number 1, followed by Councillor Mwango, followed by Councillor Kuala, then Councillor Sukabase. Councillor Mkhize.
Ngiyabonga Speaker ngibingelele. We welcome corrections and this kind of program. Are aligned with the city IDP plan 6 core mandates as promulgated in the IDP, embracing our culture, diversity, arts and heritage. We therefore support corrections of per annum. As EFF caucus, we support the item. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Kwala, followed by Councillor Ngumalo, then Sisoga. No, Sokabas, I'm sorry. Councillor Kwala?
Asibonga somlomo kuyathokozisa ukuthi sixhase izinto esuke ikhuluma ngama event into eyenza kuhlangana abantu njalo njalo kuyethusa ke lokho ukuthi sikwi GNU nje kodwa sikuqonda ukuthi ngempela it's all about abantu siyabonga.
Thank you, Councillor Mwango.
Order, Speaker.
Point of order.
Speaker, I don't know whether I've misplaced what I've seen. Councillor Mwango was in an event of and giving out awards. My challenge here is that do we necessarily have to sponsor events that give platform to political leaders to canvass themselves?
Kahle, Flem. Kahle, Flem.
Speaker.
Councillor Mwango.
No, thank you, Honourable Speaker.
Point of order, Speaker.
Oh.
Speaker.
Mwango.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Mine is just to seek legal opinion, a clarity, whether we can just make a correction on certain item or we should rescind the decision or make a new decision. Because I'm just trying to understand, because this way changes the substance of the recommendation. But if legal says it's fine according to MFMA, I will accept. Just to get a clarity whether in such a case, because once you put this word per annum, we are now committing the municipality, but for the next 2 years, which was not the decision previously. Just to get a clarity. If I got it wrong, it's fine. Just to get a clarity. If
Speaker.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. We will invite
On a point of order.
Point of order.
Point of order.
the point of order, Councillor Nkosi.
Yeah, thank you, Honourable Speaker. I just wanted to check for record purposes. If a councillor put a leave that has been approved, that he or she is going to leave at 12, can that person be part of the meeting procedure?
Hey, come up, course. Kusho ukuthi moqosile wangaphumi basikhiphe. Councillor Mwango, remember that our
No, point of order, Speaker.
no. Let me deal with the issues. What we are raising, Councillor Nkosi, now. Let's leave it like that. No. If I saying leave like that, it means it's a ruling. I rule that. Let's leave it like that.
Sizobala indawo Speaker makubala.
Councillor Mwango, remember that our
Order, Speaker, can I have a legal opinion on that?
no. Babu Nkosi, accept that the speaker voted.
No. This is on record. If you go and visit what has been recorded on the
Councillor
speaker,
Nkosi.
the minute will show that Councillor Mngango asked to leave at 12,
Yeah.
and it has been approved.
You see, Councillor Nkosi, you see in council, even no matter how to feel with your views, but this is a meeting, right? The meeting can only take your views. The meeting listen and the speaker decide on the matter. Now, the matter you are raising, Babu Nkosi, I'm saying, let's leave it like that and continue with the meeting, because there's nothing that affects the meeting, because the matter you are raising. But let me deal with the issues on hand. Councillor Mwangu, remember that our rules of order allows council members to make proposals on the amendment. It means in terms of our rules, Councillor Kuala is in line with how we run our meeting. There's nothing wrong with the proposal. But I will allow Mr. Mhlongo to assist council on the point you are raising. But I wanted to place on record so that there's no confusion as if proposing an amendment in our report or recommendations is not allowed. Jomane?
Thank you, Babu Speaker. May I seek a clarification from Councillor Mwangu? The issue that he has with the amendment or correction, is it the insertion of the words per annum or the addition of 3.5.4?
Okay, can you respond quickly, Councillor Mwango?
Yes, Somlomo. I wasn't questioning the amendment that we passed.
Okay.
I'm questioning the word per annum.
Per annum,
On
okay.
the original report, not the amendment. Whether it can just be for correction or we must rescind the decision and make a new decision. But if we can just correct, it's fine as well. Just a clarity.
Okay,
Because
thank you.
it changes almost everything if you say per annum, like, I don't know, just a
Yeah,
clarity.
no, it's clear, Mwango. Joman, I'm sure you are clear now.
Thank you. It's also clear that the committee has stated that there was an omission of the words per annum in the original resolution. So it means in terms of planning and provision, it was meant to be per annum, but the words were omitted when the resolution was recorded. So they are asking for the insertion of those words so that it becomes clear. There are no changes to anything else, including the financial implications. So I don't see any problem with giving clarity to what the council has approved.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Mwango, are you fine? You want to debate?
I'm covered.
Thank you very much. Councillor
Point of
Kuala? Ngomalo? Councillor Mthatha?
Point. No, Speaker, andingani ukuthi ngithi speak about Saitan. No, ngiyacela lapha Speaker, EDA is requesting 10 minutes caucus.
Can I make an appeal, Nyambosa, that at 2 o'clock, I intend to break for lunch and allow you time to caucus. Do you think that you will be affected if maybe we continue with our meeting till 2, then we break for lunch, then you have been given time to caucus? Can we?
Unfortunately, Speaker, there's something on the very same item we're dealing with now that we do want to discuss as the caucus.
Okay, no, I understand. You are referring on the item that is under discussion. You are requesting how many minutes?
10.
Can I give you 7?
Okay.
7, please. Thank you. Straight to 7. Chief Whip, Councillor Cavender, 7 minutes. Let's have the feedback on the outcome of the caucus. Asithuleni-ke sesiqalile. Councillor Mthethwa.
We are done, Chair, ready to proceed.
Thank you very much. Bekumele kungene uKhazela uGwala, kungene inkosi, kugcine uSokhabase. No sorry kungene Nxumalo. Khazela uGwala. Kahleni phela, kahleni.
Bese ngixoxile somlomo.
Soxoxile. Siyabonga baba. Baba Nxumalo before ungene, Councillors kahleni phela semhlanganweni. Sesiqalile. Nxumalo.
No, thank you very much. Yabonga kakhulu sihlalo. Somlomo cha. Umuntu speaker uyohlezi njalo ugadile umzila walezi zinto zabantu bakithi abampishona. Nanokuthi ke speaker umuntu ugcine uyaqaphela nje kodwa ngoba ke singabaholi sikhonile lokho ukuthi nabantu abenza okulongo soloko nje sibaqwaqwada kancane sibabuyisele endleleni ngoba siyile council asikhethi bala futhi asibheki umuntu kodwa lapho kufanele sixhase khona siyaxhasa nje ukuze itheku libukeke njengesithi enakekelayo kodwa ke siyafisa ukusho ukuthi siyaqaphela nje ukuthi uma kunezinto ezithinta abantu bakithi kunabantu njalo abahlala nje ngokuthi bona bebe against lezo zinto lezo kodwa ke sithi ke cha akulungiswe lokhu ukuze lo mcimbi wabantu bakithi uqhubeke siyathoza kakhulu.
Siyabonga Councillor Sokhabase.
Siyabingelela somlomo. Ngicabanga ukuthi ubaba uMhlobo ebeseyichazile le ebekufanele siyichaze. Esingakucela manje ukuthi wonke amakhansela asilekelele ekuthenini ilungiseke le report njengoba kucelakala because it's just that to put that way anam kuphela kuyi report then I report ikwazi ukusebenzeka because kuyi board yonke ye report kuyacaca ukuthi kwakushiwo ukuthi izoba u2022 2023 that is the first year no 2023 2024 u second year then u2024 to 2025 only thing abangazange baze bakwazi ukuthi bayifake ukulandelisa ukuthi mabesho kanje leminyaka ilandelana bayenzela ukuthi kube ishare iamount yakhona ilokho bethi ke ufinance ucela ukuthi sikulungise esicela ukuthi amakhansela silungisise yona so that izokwazi ukuthi icomply endaweni ezifanelekile njengakwa finance siyabonga.
Thank you very much. Are all the recommendations agreed?
No.
All right.
No, DA abstain.
Okay. All the DA abstain. Let's record that. Next item, City Manager.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Item number 4 is the report of Governance and Human Resources Committee from their meeting which was held on the 20th of the 11th, 2024. Item 4.1, request for authority to enter into overarching memorandum of understanding between the eThekwini Municipality, National and Provincial Department of Transport. Committee recommends.
IFP, Councillor Nchazela. Councillor S. Lushaba, ANC. 2 speakers.
Thank you, Speaker. This is a huge achievement. We really need to resolve a lot of issues under transport. Le memorandum of understanding izosilekelela kakhulu, especially to ama taxi industry. As we know, we got striking recently, and owners were complaining about permits. And sibane inkinga eziningi emgaqeni as siyo approacha noma singena kwi festive season. Sonke siyazi ukuthi sekunomkhuba osujwayelekile ukuthi kuzoba nama accidents la kuzohamba impilo zabantu abaningi emgaqeni. Lokho kudalwa uhulumeni okhona ukuthi angahleli indlela zokusebenza emgaqeni kuseyisikhathi. Kodwa ke sibona ukuhle kakhulu ukuthi singene kule MOU izosilekelela kakhulu ekuthenini sikwazi ukuthi sisihlele into zethu ngesikhathi futhi kube khona ukusizakala ngokomsebenzi nokunyusa nje amabhizinisi esinawo ngaphasi kwetheku. What we have seen from every first ever reconstruction of recently corrupt bridge le esebhodweni ku-N2 itshengise ukuthi ugovernment ungasebenza ngokungakhathali ube ne-aim yokwenza i-service delivery ngokushesha uma lokho singakubeka eqaleni ukuthi singu-government sikwazi ukuthi senze i-service delivery ibe i-first priority yethu. Kuzosilekelela kakhulu ungena kule
Your time is up. Time is up. Councillor Lushaba.
Sebonga somlomo sibingelele kuwena. Sibingelele emakhosini nasendlunkulu. Mayor, makhansela onke kanye nama officials. Cha somlomo su ANC siyayisupporta kakhulu le report. Somlomo siyakholelwa ukuthi le report izokwenza uguquko olukhulu kakhulu ekutheni uhulumeni ka local oka provincial noka national government ka transport ukwazi ukusebenzisana ekwenzeni isiqiniseko sokuthi imigwaqo yakithi imigwaqo yaseThekwini imigwaqo yesifundazwe nemigwaqo national iyakwazi ukulungiswa. Siyilungisa somlomo siyazi ukuthi abantu bakithi abakwazi ukuhlukanisa ukuthi umgwaqo waseThekwini umgwaqo ka province noma umgwaqo oka national. Siyacabanga ukuthi ukubambisana phakathi ka provincial no national nathi si umkhandlu waseThekwini kuzokwenza imiphakathi yakithi nabantu bakithi ukuthi bakwazi ukusebenzisa lemigwaqo ekutheni bayakwazi ukuhamba befinyelele endaweni abasebenza kuzona bakwazi futhi ukuthi i-service delivery ifike kubona ukukhuphula umnotho wethu eThekwini umnotho waKwaZulu-Natal nomnotho angene sivumelanweni ne-department yaka transport ku province nekwaZulu-Natal. Siyabonga kakhulu ANC sayisupport report siyabonga.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, councillors. The recommendations are great. City Manager, next item.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Item 4.2, request for authority to allocate funding to host pass-out parade for the Fire and Rescue Operation Learners Committee recommends.
Thank you, City Manager. There are no speakers on this item. Are the recommendation noted, councillors? Next item, City Manager.
Item number 5 is the report of the Security and Emergency Services Committee from their meeting, which was held on the 22nd of the 11th, 2024. Item 5.1, request for authority to reprioritize 2024-2025 capital budget for Fire and Emergency Services Unit. Committee recommends.
Thank you. Two speakers, Councillor T. Ndlovu, Democratic Alliance. Asqale point of order. Point of order, Councillor Kuzwa.
Item esifakiwe 4.2 somlomo wethu sorry ngiyaxolisa ngiyakubingelela speaker nomhlangano wakho. Item esifakiwe item 4.2 on page 39 request the authority to allocate funding, therefore it doesn't require noting, it actually require an approval from council. I thank you.
Okay, 4.2.2. I don't know. in the middle of a paragraph for the authority. You right, man?
Authority become.
Yeah, la. 4.2, go to 4.1. Nothing. Not, yeah. But 4.1 now, authorized, you're not a 4.2.1.
La we are not. Kutanala.
Yes, okay. Yeah, let's deal with the point by Councillor Kuzwai. Yes, it's true, Councillor Kuzwai. It's 4.2.1 is for noting. 4.2.2 is for approval. All right. Councillors, 4.2.1 is noted. 4.2.2 is agreed. Right. Thank you, Councillor Kwala.
Bengifuna ukulekelela nje kwi-GNU leyo part siyabonga.
Oh, bofuna support ukuzwayo. Siyabonga for that. Next item, Mr. Manager.
Item 5.2, request for authority to include the eThekwini Municipality Fire Safety Bylaw delegations part C and D into eThekwini's system of delegation. Committee recommends.
Thank you. 5.2 are the recommendation agreed. Point of order.
5.1. You haven't done 5.1.
5.1.
Okay. Okay, Gahleni, 5.1, right?
Sorry, point of order, so you know.
Right, page 40, 5.1. Yeah. Slapo, Sopesa.
Oh, sorry, Honorable Speaker.
Yeah, it's 5.1.
It's a request for authority to prioritize 2024-2025 capital budget for fire and emergency services unit. Committee recommends.
Right. Kona ukansela Uchindlovu from DA, kuna Councillor M. Kize from ANC, 2 speakers only. In that order, Councillor Ndlovu.
Thank you, Speaker. This item refers to reprioritization of the amount of 7.4 million rands, which was meant to buy 2 fire engines in an effort to assist the fire teams on the ground to perform their duties a bit more efficiently. It is unfortunate, Speaker, that we will no longer be getting these fire engines in this financial year. However, Speaker, we cannot just be disappointed and leave the issue as it is. Someone dropped the ball here, and someone needs to account. It is unfortunate that we have a coalition government in the city that is too lenient and understanding when it comes to incompetence. This may be a reflection of the standards they have set for the city. As much as we understand that these are specialized machines that take 10 months to manufacture and deliver, but this is not the first time we are procuring these machines, and therefore, someone should have known how long it's going to take and for these machines to be delivered and plan accordingly. Speaker, we should not wait until our teams fail to deal with disaster on the ground before we stress the need for prioritizing security, emergency and disaster services. We should be proactive and prepare for the worst. This is totally unacceptable. I feel sorry for the workers in the fire stations who are expected to deliver quality service with almost no resources. When the DA takes over the city in 2026, this will be the problem of the past. We support the reprioritization, Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Mkize. Councillor Mkize, ANC.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Mhlambe Speaker, angiqale ngisho nje ukuthi uKhansela ngaphambili siyavumelana naye ukuthi akukho acceptable ukuthi ihlehle indaba yokuthengwa kwe-engine zaka-fire in particular. Kodwa ke ngiyafisa ukuthi siku-understand ukuthi as much as kungekho acceptable, kodwa futhi ithina lo mkhandla efasiqonda ukuthi if usibudget imali sibone ukuthi isikhathi silekele sona ngeke ikwazi ukuthi ifeze lo umsebenzi sikwazi ukuthi ibe usable kwezinye indawo engaphakathi kubona iunit njengalezi si-identifyile la ngoba into edale singabe sisaqhubeka nokuthi sipurchase lezi engine ingenxa yesikhathi sibona ukuthi izongasebenzi le mali kulo 7 months osisalele kanti ukupurchase engine kudinga more than 10 months so bekubalekile ukuthi siyisebenzise ngaleyo ndlela le mali kodwa ngiyafisa ukuthi i-office lika city manager lithi go through lethu libukele eduze ukuze sikwazi ukubona ukuthi ayikho indlela esingenza ngayo ukureprioritize kakhulukazi i-fleet yaka fire neyaka metropolis because the emergency unit lawo mabili ekubalekile ukuthi ngaso sonke isikhathi izinto zawo zikwazi ukubukwala eduze zingafani nje no-fleet yonke noma ufuthatha imoto nje uphumela ngaphandle kwaphela i-fleet idela nayo yonke imoto zomkhandlu kodwa i-fleet specific for u-emergency services committee ukwazi ukuthi uyiqoqe lezo imoto zibe ne-special treatment noma ngaba ne-workshop yazo also ne-purchasing yakhona futhi i-fleet ibe directed kulawo ma-unit ngabonga kakhulu speaker.
Thank you very much. Councillors, are the recommission agreed? Next item, City Manager.
Thank you very much. Item 5.2, request for authority to include the eThekwini Municipality Fire Safety Bylaw Delegation Part C and D into eThekwini Municipality's system of delegations. Committee recommends.
Thank you, City Manager. Are the recommendation agreed, councillors? Next item, City Manager.
Page 45, item 6 is the report of the Human Settlements Engineering and Transport Committee from their meeting which was held on the 22nd of the 11th, 2024. Item 6.1, request for authority to issue MOVO cards to the public at no charge for a limited period due to the mandatory requirements to replace expired cards. Committee recommends.
Order, Speaker.
Point of order. Councillor Mgwengwe.
Yes, Speaker. Siyabonga somlomo. U 6.1.1.2 on financial implication. There is an error. Quality of cards to be replaced is 37,000, not 37,000 rands. So we just take out R, then the remain 37,000. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, this is page 46, item 6.2. Okay. No. Thank you very much, Councillor Mgweng, for that clarification. That's fine. Councillors, are the recommendation agreed? Thank you. Next item, City Manager.
Item 6.2, proposed granting of rights to use, control or manage a property by way of a long-term lease over a proposed lease C on F1156 Kwamashu E, located at number 31 Malandela Road, to approve the closure of a public open space over the property. Committee recommends.
Item 6.2, are the recommendation agreed? City Manager. They abstain. Let's record that. City Manager.
Item 6.3, proposed granting of rights to use, control or manage a property by way of a long-term lease over proposed lease of remainder of F713 Newlands in extent of 875 square meters as depicted on plan number SJ4838/1. Committee recommends.
Right. Item 6.3, page 48. Councillor Webster, EFF, we're number 1. ANC, Councillor Mkize, we're number 2. Councillor Mgwengwe, ANC, number 3, and the last speaker. In that order, Councillor Webster.
Thank you, Speaker. Greetings, Speaker and all councillors. The decision of the eThekwini Council to turn junk into treasure by using premises and buildings that were previously wasting away while not contributing anything to the city's revenue brings much credit to Councillor Themba Nkemane Mvubu, who is deployed by the mighty Economic Freedom Fighters as chair of the Human Settlements Committee. It is in good hands, if we may say so, as EFF leaders. We are grateful that the hard-hit community of Newlands will benefit substantially from the upcoming developments surrounding this upcoming project in their area, and hopefully this will provide hope for the colored youth who feel excluded and obsolete. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Mkhize. ANC.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, sombutho wa ANC sifisa ukuthi siyamukele le report ephambi kwethu njengamanje ngokuthi siyeseke ngokwiqonda, Speaker, indaba yokuthi abantu bakithi bahluphekile, bashawe iCovid, baphinde bashawa ama-flood kanye ne-looting eyenzeke ngo-2021. Le item izosisiza, Speaker, siwumkhandlu ukuze sikwazi ukuthi siye kwi-public tender with this property esibekile la ebantwini base-Newland. Abantu base-Newland abaningi abanawo umsebenzi. And then so if sithola osomabhizinisi who will help us in creating job opportunities around Newland, that will be very much appreciated, and it will indeed boost the economy of eThekwini. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Mgwengwe.
I'm covered, Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillors, the recommendations are on page 51. The first recommendation, 7.1, is for noting. 7.2 is for approval. No.
No, speak.
Yeah.
6.3.
Okay. Right. I made a mistake. Right. We are page 48. The recommendations start from 6.3.1, right? Then till 6.3.2.9. Yeah, thank you very much for those who have tried to correct me. All the recommendation noted, councillors? No, it's for approval. Agreed. It's for approval, I'm sorry.
That he abstains, okay.
Thank you. Let's record that. City Manager, next item.
We are on to direct reports on page 49, item number 7. It's a preliminary update on response measures undertaken to respond to damages caused by the recent fire in the Mangaung Informal Settlement. Committee recommends.
Thank you very much, Councillor Solomon. DA.
She's not here, Chair.
Okay. Councillors, are the resolution agreed? Yes, for noting, as I've said earlier, 7.1 is for noting, 7.2 is for approval, 7.3 is for noting. Is 7.1 noted? 7.3 agreed? 7.2 agreed? 7.3 noted? Thank you. City Manager.
Item number 8, interim report on best water pipeline at Mkudulu Road Informal Settlement, Ward 23. Committee recommends.
Thank you. Councillor Kisson, DA.
Thank you, Speaker. At the outset, gratitude is extended to the teams of disaster management who had not one, but 2 serious disasters to deal with on one day, and they did it through the night, and we have to recognize and appreciate the members who were there to assist our communities. But the devastation caused by the recent aqueduct burst is a stark reminder of the systematic issues that continue to plague our municipality. And while I appreciate that this item has been tabled and supported, we do need assistance to prioritize our victims, but we cannot continue to treat the symptoms while ignoring the root causes. Let me begin by addressing the insensitive official notice issued by eThekwini while people were trying to find their meager belongings on the side of the river and under sandbanks. It mentions orange and yellow marker poles identifying bulk pipelines to prevent encroachment. I want to categorically state that there is no such marker poles anywhere near the burst bulk line in my ward, which I have walked through several times. The lack of clear markings is not just an oversight, it's a negligence. How can we blame residents for building in high-risk areas when we fail to provide the basic infrastructure to delineate these zones? Further, what has human settlements done to ensure that these residents do not build near danger areas? Since the devastating floods of April 2022, which resulted in loss of life and destruction in this settlement and many others, there has been no visible sign of intervention. No monitoring, no action to control the growth of settlements in danger zones, and this is unacceptable. But most importantly, this item highlights only the symptoms. The real issue lies in our failure to address the housing in a meaningful and effective way. This settlement, like several others in my ward and across eThekwini, has existed since 1994. And that's 30 years of inaction and promises without delivery and disaster after disaster. I don't believe that we've put enough energy and might into housing projects. Instead, we see overspent budgets and projects that take years and sometimes decades to complete. Speaker, we cannot continue with business as usual. We must take responsibility for the failures that perpetuate these conditions and urgently prioritize housing delivery, because this crisis will not sort itself out. I must also raise my concerns about the financial inconsistencies noted in this item. For instance, the cost implications of disaster relief are alarming. The Angadulu settlement required 90 blankets, mattresses, tents, and boxes at the cost of 379,000. While the settlement in the previous item required 139 items, including blankets, mattresses, fuel, and food hampers, at 384,000. Speaker, how is it possible that the costs for such vastly different requirements and amounts are almost identical? These discrepancies are deeply concerning, and we should investigate them. We need a clear, comprehensive plan to underline issues of urgent housing development projects with strict timelines and accountability mechanisms. We need active monitoring and intervention in high-risk areas to prevent further encroachments. We need a transparent review on expenditure on disaster relief to ensure resources are utilized effectively. And we need to be proactive, not reactive to our communities. I urge this council to recognize the gravity of this situation. We owe it to our residents of these disasters and every other community living in danger zones to act decisively. Let us not be a council remembered for inaction, but one that finally prioritized housing and delivered on its promises. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much. Councillors, the first recommendation on page 53, 8.1 is for noting, 8.2 is for approval, 8.3 is for noting. Let's deal with 8.1 is noted, councillors. 8.2 is agreed. 8.3 noted. Now, we will now move to page 54, which is an MPEC report. We'll then break after that. Yeah, I will now invite the chair. Oh, the supplementary agenda. Okay. Let me do this. Let's break for lunch. Then, after lunch, we'll deal with the supplementary agenda. Then we deal with other remaining items. We are going to break for an hour. We are expected back to around about 3:10, right? We're going to break.
Usihlalo.
No problem. Councillors, let's settle down. Please take your seats. We are resuming our meeting. Sihlale phansi sithathe izihlalo zethu. Kahle phela ukubiza igama ungahlali phansi. Thank you very much, Councillors. We will now continue with our meeting. But before we move to the supplementary agenda, I do want to report to Council that I have received a request from the Mayor, Councillor Klaba, that there's an urgent matter that he had to attend. He requested to be excused for that emergency. I have then accepted his request. He further requested that while he's attending that urgent matter, Councillor Kosentle Madlala will stand on his behalf. It means the executive committee report to be tabled to council will be tabled by Councillor Madlala on behalf of the mayor, as I've indicated that I have accepted his request to attend that emergent matter. With that, colleagues, I will invite Councillor Madlala to table the executive committee report so that we proceed. Let me take Councillor Kupega.
It was,
No, Kupega first.
Speaker, sengisajisiwe ngicela ukwehla Speaker.
Hayi kanjani manje? Councillor Kwa.
Ukhansela uNdlovu bekufuna ukuchecka Speaker ukuthi ngeke sikwazi ukuvota ngoba ukhansela uMadlala osiphatha ngendluzula.
Hayi, Councillor Kwala.
Somnom, bengifuna ukuchecka ukuthi procedural through office le legal ukuthi is it appropriate ukuthi umayor ayikhethele umuntu or the council must elect a mayor of discussion. Cela ukuchecka ngolegal.
Councillor Mvubu.
no, thanks, Speaker. I've been covered by the colleagues because I wanted to inquire about the same matter. Thanks.
Hayi. Okay, kodwa umeya mengekho nje. Uyayishola ukuthi ubani uzo actor on his behalf. Mengekho nje
Legal.
uma lihambile umehambile umeya akubizwe council uyayishola ukuthi ufuna kube bani. Councillors, let's allow Njomana to clarify that.
Thank you, Babu Speaker. Section 49, subsection 3, subsection A, 49.3A, uthi, if the mayor is absent or not available and the municipality does not have a deputy mayor, or the deputy mayor is also absent or not available, the member of the executive committee designated thereto in writing by the mayor acts as mayor.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much, Councillor Madlala.
Designated.
Congratulations, Mayor Madlala.
No, thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I am honored to present the second report of the Executive Committee. It is so presented. Thank you.
City Manager.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Second report of the Executive Committee from their meeting of the 29th of the 11th, 2024. Item 1, the report of the Human Settlements, Engineering and Transport Committee from their meeting which was held on the 25th of the 11th, 2024. Item 1.1, request for authority to reprioritize budget to complete Mkawe Rural Housing Project, Ward 44 and Ward 108. Committee recommends. Page 3 of the second of the supplementary agenda.
Thank you, City Manager. Page 3, item 1.1. There's only one speaker, Councillor Z. Chazela from the IFP.
Angithokoze speaker ngethuba engilithola manje. Cha speaker akukuningi
Okay.
esikusho as the IFP siphakamisa ukuthokoza kakhulu ngalokuqedelwa kwezindlu zabahlali baka Ward 108 and 44. Kodwa sinesicelo esisodwa nje especially kuma ward councillors ukuthi bekunama projects anje emawadini baqikelele ukuthi abantu abagcini benama complaints ukuthi izindlu ziphumile ngaphasi kwamagama azo kodwa still abazitholile. Baqikelele nje lokho kakhulu ngoba sizobe sikhona futhi as PR councillors siqinisekisa ukuthi umuntu okwilist yokuthi alithole lo lusizo la umasipala ngempela uyalithola. Ngiyathokoza.
Thank you very much. The resolution noted, councillors.
Somlom.
No. Asithathi somlomo la.
Speaker, on a point of order.
Yes.
Speaker,
Point of
on a point of order, Speaker, on a point of order.
Point of order.
Yes, Speaker, EFF ozangu ibize kuma speakers lapho. It's there.
Item 3, 1.1.
Yes.
Order, Speaker.
Ufuna uzobona ukuthi ayikho ngempela.
Icon is submitted, Speaker. Ungayikephi ungayibizanga.
Uyafuna ukubona. Kahle, uyafuna ukubona.
Ngiyacela Speaker ukubona.
Okay. Ngwengwe.
Speaker, we have two speakers from the ANC.
Okay. Ayikho ANC la. Right. Bano moyo ngekho la. Okay. That's fine. Ubani okhuluma ku-EFF?
Councillor Mfu.
Councillor Mfubu. Ubani okhuluma ku-ANC Mgwengwe?
Councillor Ucabashe no Councillor Mkhize.
Ukabashe nomkhize. Okay. That's fine. Kodwa ngempela beningekho la. Then Councillor Mvubu will be number 2. Kabashe number 3. Mkhize number 4. IFP Chazela. Awuseqedile Mvubu?
Awumomneke ithuba lokuphinda ngaphinda.
Hayi phela mephinda uzophinda esekhulumile nje. Councillor Mvubu?
Speaker, on a point of order, Speaker.
Phinda forward Councillor Kambule.
Can we get a clarity here? I think there are things that it has become a norm in this house whereby the chairpersons of committees, usually they are the one who provide clarities at the end. It's been a norm that we have been observing in this council meeting, but we don't see that happening. So can we maybe get a clarity? Because Councillor Mvubu is an executive member and also a chairperson of this committee, but also is supposed to be the one who's the sweeper. So can we get a clarity on that one, Speaker, please?
Okay. In terms of our rules that guide our meetings, we don't have something called sweepers. We don't have something that calls ESCO members will do whatever. We only read the list of speakers as they appear in our speakers. Therefore, from the side of the speaker, the arrangement of the speakers appears as per the submission. Let's take Councillor Mvubu.
No, Chair, Speaker, can I raise a point of order?
Point of order.
Yeah, no, Chair, I don't think that we can allow that. It's not fair at all because, I mean, when on the opposite side, it is their report because it comes from his committee. He's the chairperson of the committee. Whatever comments that are made from the opposite benches, he should be able to clarify because he's the one that owns that report. Politically. Now, I do not understand because if that's a norm, then it should be something that should be a practice in this house. It shouldn't be something that happens only when it's IFP or EFF. If that's what you are saying, then we are yet to see today you giving the chairperson and the ESCO member of the ANC an opportunity to speak first and we come last.
Councillor Mthatho.
Mr. Speaker, we've spent almost 10 minutes discussing this. I think it would help us if the EFF were to show us the section of the rules that they're relying on so that we can deal with this matter once and for all.
Okay.
We don't use common sense here, we use rules.
Okay, thank you. Councillors, order. Let's do this, councillors. You see, Councillor Kambule and Councillor Ndlovu, your argument might make sense to you and to other colleagues, but I'm correct. You can check with whoever here. You can read our rules from number 1 to the last. We don't have such a rule. Therefore, we can't implement something that does not exist. Unless if you want to say Councillor Mvubu is not ready to speak now, you can tell me. I accommodated him to speak, but you are preventing him to speak. Now,
Yes.
the argument you are raising is not informed by any of our rules.
Speaker,
Councillor
can
Tabashe?
I just assist the meeting?
Thank you, Councillor Mvubu.
Can I just withdraw? Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Tabashe?
Thanks very much, Honorable Speaker. Greeting to the City Manager, Honorable Acting Mayor. May I appreciate the leadership of the NC for giving me an opportunity to comment on this item, which is the most important development in Ward 44 and Ward 108, which are also rural wards. The Umkawe Housing Project was named after the late Inkosi of Kali tribe. The project has created jobs opportunities to our community, local business people, and provided shelters to our beneficiaries in the form of RTP houses. The project has been on a snail move. Therefore, with this funding pumped in, I have no doubt that it will actually assist the 2 wards, which is 44 and Ward 108, to benefit especially beneficiaries. I'm positive that all councillors would support this development to ensure that we provide service delivery, as that is all our responsibility and mandate. We all as ANC fully support this item. I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Councillor Mkhize?
Mbongithuba Somlomo, I'm covered.
Yeah, thank you very much, Councillors, are the recommendation noted, councillors? City Manager, next item.
Item number 1.2, Honorable Speaker. It's the request for approval of the proposed rate site solution for the delivery of outstanding external infrastructure. Committee recommends.
We're on page 4, item 1.2, there are no speakers. Are the recommendation agreed? Next item, City Manager.
Page 9, item 2 is the report of the Economic Development and Planning Committee from their meeting, which was held on the 25th of the 11th, 2024. Item 2.1, it's a request for authority to enter into a memorandum of agreement between the eThekwini Municipality and the Itala Development Finance Corporation. Committee recommends.
Page 9, item 2.1. I'm trying to read here. Is Councillor from TA, is Councillor S. Chepure, Councillor Mwango, number 2, Councillor Tuma, number 4, number 3, Councillor Kuala, number 5, Councillor Hlengwa, number 6, Councillor Lovu, number 7. First speaker.
Point of order, Speaker. Speaker, point of order.
Yes, Councillor.
I don't know, Speaker, maybe you'll assist me. I submitted an amendment on the same item.
We have submitted an amendment.
Yes, Speaker.
Okay. We submitted amendment. How can I get speakers list? Kodwa ngoba unyaka usuyaphela sinomusa namhlanje. Okay.
Ngiyabonga, Speaker.
Ukubheka usupporta Councillor Zuma. Item 2.1, page 9. The amendment read as follows. The agreement between the city and the Itala Development Finance Corporation should include business skills and financial support for the South African-owned spaza shops. Let's deal with these proposed amendments before I invite speakers in my list. Moved by Councillor Kupega, seconded by Councillor Zuma. Councillors, is the proposed amendment supported?
Speaker, point of order.
Point of order?
It's not an order, but can you read the amendment again? We didn't get it.
Okay, it's on page 9, item 2.1. It reads as follows. The agreement between the city and Itala Development Finance Corporation should include business skills and financial support for South African-owned spaza shops. That is
Point of order.
point of order, Councillor Kosi.
Yeah, thank you, Honourable Speaker. I'm not too sure whether my friend on my left have revisited what the Itala Constitution and guidelines contain, because he's talking about things that are there. Unless he wanted to come here and grandstand, no one from outside of this country is getting an assistant from Itala. Thank you.
Okay. Okay. Right. Let's do this. Let's not debate the amendment. Let's either support or reject the amendment. So that we are procedural. Because the proposed amendment clearly clarified itself. Is the amendment supported, councillors? No. Chief Whip?
No, besicela ukuthi ulegal check-in ukuthi amendment ingabe compliant yini before we vote for it.
Before we vote for it.
Yes.
Right. Joman,
Dlala ngoJomani akafundi page 11
I'm sure you are following the debate. Kahle babunkosi. Kahle babunkosi. Kahle babunkosi. Asemtekele Jomani alekelele.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Maybe you request, may I have further clarity? Ukuthi compliant in what sense? Because if it's in terms of the rules, yes, I would say it's compliant. So maybe if I can be assisted with ukuthi compliance in what sense?
Yeah,
Thanks.
okay, thank you.
Can I assist someone?
To respond to the question.
Yes.
Okay, kahle kubheka. Kahle kubheka. Angithi matter uma sobe cancel kuyona yakho. Uyayeka nje xoxa umhlangano. Yeke bayixoxise ukuze asiqale siqede ngeclarity efuna uchief whip before ngikuba umnkosi. Chief whip uyayizwa impendulo ka ngiyeza kuba umnkosi.
No, ngiyamuzwa ngisho in terms of i-constitution ye-country and ama-acts asibusayo thina as local government. Ngiyabonga.
Okay. That's clarity ke Joman. Okay. Babunkosi.
Yeah, Somdom.
You're on the floor.
Oh, no, thanks, Somdom. Angichaza ngesiZulu uKhansela uBheka ayizwe. Mhlambe iamendment uyenze engayifundanga iagenda. Ku page 11 baba uBheka. Uma ufunda yonke lento athi asenze amendment yayo ikhona. Manje samenda inike ngoba konke kuyachaza kuvele khona.
Thank you for that. Yeah, let's do this because councillors are trying to persuade you, Councillor Pega, to understand that the argument you are advancing and the reasons are already accommodated in the report. Others were trying to understand the compliance. But I can see you are insisting that you want to speak. Can I allow you, Councillor Pega?
Thank you, Speaker. Okokuqala nje Speaker, mhlambe nami kufanele ngisebenzise isiZulu. Because okokuqala
isiZulu akuyo language yokulwa, language to express yourself with debate. Asingayisebenzisi kabi.
ulungile Speaker.
Yeah.
Can you allow me to speak?
Yes.
Speaker, as I've said, this thing that you are mentioning now, on this report, is not specifically or specific, no mechaza directly on why we are writing this amendment. So it did not raise this amendment.
Point of order, Speaker. Point of order, Speaker.
The point of order.
Mandate show
Councillor Ngumalo.
No, Speaker. Through you, Speaker. Speaker esikhuluma njengamanje asingafike sibeke into kwi-council mase siyikhulumisa bese thasingene kuzona. Yonke into ekhuluma kule council kufanele ikhulunywe le council. Thank you very much.
Point of order is sustained. Councillor Ukbega, the reason why I've allowed you to speak was not to debate the item, because the amendment is clear, was to indicate whether you are persuaded or not to withdraw the amendment, not to debate it, because I still have to subject it to a vote for council to decide. But if you are not persuaded, you are still convinced that you are correct, I will take the matter to a vote. Are you following, Councillor Beck?
I'm following you loud and clear, Speaker.
Thank you. Let's do that, councillors. Now, those who are in support of this proposed amendment, please raise your hands and make sure you are counted. Okay. Secretariat. Now, thank you. You can lower your hands. Those who are against the proposed amendment. Isn't right?
Anyway, the Freedom Front. Right. Someone, APF one. Someone is the max. And that promise. Yeah. I'm abstentions.
Thank you very much. Those who abstain. Those who abstain. Sim, fazendo.
Against. Hey, what's that? Is
Right. Thank you very much, councillors. Those who are in support of the proposed amendment, the number is 3. Those who are voting against, the number is 143.
Point of clarity, yes, Speaker. Yeah.
I don't have something called point of clarity.
Point of order, Speaker.
Yes.
Yes. No, thank you very much, Speaker. I think for the interest of the public, Speaker, akungabe ngazathi le amendment beku against or for as if ibingekho la for the interest of the public ukuthi le ekade iphasa ozakwethu vele ibikhona la kuzoxoxwa ngayo.
Kahleke enqumalo, kahleke enqumalo. Enqumalo. Awole ngalashona manje. Kahleke enqumalo. Le ngalashona enqumalo musu kwenza amaphutha ishole nawe la. Elikhuluma ngayo ngoba ibhaliwa siye kanjalo nje. Unkosi has clarified it. Is in the report. First speaker, DA.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, at the outset, let me affirm the DA's unwavering commitment to the growth and development of small businesses. We have long championed the critical role SMMEs play in driving economic growth, creating jobs, and contributing to GDP. Empowering small businesses is not just an investment in individuals, but an investment in our community and our collective future. However, while we support the intention behind the initiative, we must express our concerns regarding its implementation and oversight. Let us not mistake intentions for outcomes. Allocating funds alone is not sufficient, Speaker. We must ensure that every rand spent delivers tangible, meaningful results for the people we serve. One glaring issue is the state of properties that SMMEs are expected to use. It is essential to underscore that Itala Development Financial Corporation, despite being the largest landlord for commercial properties in the province, has consistently failed to maintain its infrastructure. Most of their properties are in dire state of disrepair, rendering them unfit for business operations. This raises critical concern. If the municipality is investing 20 million annually to support entrepreneurs, it must ensure that Itala does not shortchange these entrepreneurs by offering them unusable properties. Speaker, it is unacceptable for Itala to mask its inefficiencies by providing substandard properties under the guise of aiding small businesses. We cannot allow a situation where small businesses are handed spaces they cannot access or utilize effectively. The municipality must play a vigilant oversight role, ensuring that every property allocated to the small businesses is suitable, functional, and conducive to their growth. We are not here to perpetuate a facade of support. Instead, we must ensure that the resources provided truly empower entrepreneurs to strive in a competitive market. If we fail to address this issue, the investment will amount to little more than a wasted opportunity and misplaced trust in the system. Another concern is the pervasive lack of accessibility and transparency surrounding funding. Far too many entrepreneurs, especially young people with innovative ideas, are being excluded from opportunities. There are too many barriers, complex application processes, bureaucratic red tape, and an opaque system that appears to benefit only a select few. This cannot continue. We must if we truly want to empower small businesses, we must streamline processes, ensure that funding is distributed equitably. We urge the municipality to adopt a more intentional approach. The support must go beyond financial contribution. Entrepreneurs need guidance, training, mentorship, and access to spaces that are not just functional but conducive to growth. The focus should also be on identifying, nurturing local talent and ideas that can solve real issues within our city. Our young people are brimming with potential. We must give them the tools and opportunities they need to succeed. Lastly, Speaker, there must be a robust accountability measures in place. Regular audits and impact assessments are essential to ensure that funds are being used effectively and that the intended beneficiaries are truly reaping the benefits. We cannot afford to let mismanagement and negligence derail this initiative. In conclusion, Speaker, the DA supports the principle of investing in small businesses, but we demand a strategy that matches the ambition of this initiative. The municipality must wake up to its responsibility to not only allocate resources, but also ensure that these resources are being utilized effectively and efficiently. Let us work to create a thriving ecosystem for our SMMEs, one where every small business with a dream has an opportunity to succeed. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much. Councillor Nyembezi, EFF, followed by Councillor Kuma, EFF. Councillor Kwala will follow. Councillor Hlengwa, then Councillor Ndlovu, P.
No, thanks.
Councillor Nyembezi.
No, thanks, Speaker. It was not going to be Nyembezi. It was going to be me, but I withdraw, Speaker. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Kwala.
Asibonge Somlomo. Kuyakhalisa ke kodwa kube kusijabulise futhi ngoba bathi imsebenzi yomuntu iyamlandela. Siyabonga mawukuthi ikomiti eliphethwe uDeputy Sihlalo we-ANC eThekwini likwazi ukurecognize Ithala as a financial institute. Lize lifisa ukuba nokuxhumana okumele sik-approve namhlanje. Into embi ke Somlomo ukuthi amandla omuntu ayadliwa mesaphila. Kodwa kumnandi ukuthi amagalelo omuntu ayabonakala mengasekho. Siyavumelana na-item siyabonga.
Thank you. Councillor Hlengwa.
Ngibonge Speaker, the danger of living for the moment, Speaker, is that you always want to shine even when there's no need. I'm speaking particularly on this item. When we represent people, we mustn't try and steal the occasion ngoba ngaleso sikhathi kusuke kune-light ekuleyo area. I believe here it is very clear ukuthi abantu bakithi in all sectors of business, including omama abadayisa emgaqweni are covered. Also, engikuthanda kakhulu ukuthi this item will set up a steering committee to ensure ukuthi abantu bakithi bonke bamelelekile futhi bayithola izinto abangayidingayo. And I believe it was going to be very suicidal ukuthi sivele sithi nje ama-tech shop wona wodwa as if abanye aba-exist. So on that note, see African People First say supporter the item.
ANC, Councillor Pindlovu, last speaker.
Thank you, Somlomo, Gibingelele Guwe, and all councillors Akona as the ANC. We support this item. As we know, SMME development is a complex and an involved task which requires a strategic joint working relationship between all three spheres of government and the private sector. And more so why we support this item, it's not only the city that is putting 20 million, but Itala is matching us with 20 million as well. And I think we are more excited because it's going to focus more on SMMEs owned by women, young people, and people living with disability. And as the ANC, I think I heard my colleague, they say we must just not throw money into the project. But as every other item that happens in the city, we as councillors need to take oversight. And I think it's going to be done because councillor that was concerned sits in this committee. So we are going to be doing oversight together. I think we even agreed on the committee that yearly we're going to visit those that have benefited. So I don't think it's a concern. And I think the councillor just spoke before me also indicated that we have a steering committee that is going to making sure that they're also part of the process. If we say we want to play a role in unemployment, we believe such initiatives are the ones that play a role to ensure that we create job opportunities. As the ANC, we support the item. Thank you.
Thank you very much, councillors. Are the recommendation agreed? Next item, City Manager.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. We are now on page 14, item 2.3.
No, it's 12.
Sorry?
Page 12. 2.2.
Item 2.2, request for authority to implement transformative riverine management program in the Palmet catchment. Committee recommends.
Thank you, City Manager. Councillors, are the recommendation agreed? Thank you. So, Pacey.
Item 2.3, request for authority to approve reviewed enterprise development strategy. Committee recommends.
Item 2.3, page 14. Councillor Mdleche, ANC, you are the only speaker on the item. Councillor Mdleche.
Sibonge ithuba Speaker, ayisekukhambekile okungaphambili.
Thank you very much, Councillor Mdleche. Are the commission agreed? City Manager.
Item 2.4, request for funding to implement the community bakery program during the 24-25 financial year. Committee recommends.
Okay. 2.4, page 15. Councillor Nyembezi and Councillor Ndlovu, ANC. Only two of you. EFF, Councillor Nyembezi, ANC, Councillor Pindlovu. Nyembezi.
Ngibonge Somlomo. Le ingezinto si-EFF esiyishayela ehlombe enziwa ngicommittee le ikhona. Le funding le igqugquzela kakhulu ngoba uzobenefita kakhulu umphakathi wethu wakhina amathuba omsebenzi skill development amakhono nje amaningi kubantu bazokwazi futhi ukuthi izinto abayithola eduze abantu basemawadini emphakathini. So EFF support this program and we believe it's also aligned with our municipality goals to promote ukuthuthukiswa komnotho, social cohesion, improve the quality yempilo yabantu bakithi. Siyabonga nge-initiative ingathi zinabaningi ezikanje kuwo wonke futhi amawadi. Sibonga somlomo.
Thank you. Councillor Ndlovu.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. As the previous councillor, as the ANC, we support this report. And singakubeka la emhlanganweni ukuthi ukufakwa kwalamabheka since aqala ngo-2019 sesikwazile ukuthi sifaka u7 and esingakusho ukuthi kulo 7 sekwazi ukuthi kwenziwe 75 permanent job and there were 50 temporary jobs while esafakwa. As the ANC, we support yonke into that deals with unemployment. We are happy and nabasibukela emakhaya. So ucela ukuthi lamabheka akhona ngasemakubo bengasayo ukuthenga izinkwa namakhekhe ku Pick and Pay but be supported labo mama amakhopa azobelana amabheka. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Is recommendation 2.4.1 noted? 2.4.2 agreed? Thank you very much. City Manager.
Page 17, item 2.5, request for approval of a 2-year partnership between eThekwini Municipality and the Paramount Pictures for International Destination Promotion. Committee recommends.
Thank you. Two speakers again. Councillor Nyembezi, EFF. Councillor Ndlovu, ANC. Councillor Nyembezi.
And you withdraw it, Roger.
On item 2.5, page 17.
Yeah, I'm going to withdraw.
Okay, okay. Councillor Ndlovu. Ndlovu.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Today we find ourselves on the brink of an extraordinary opportunity for our city. This as endorsement of this report is not merely another point on the Council's agenda, but it represents a pivotal moment for Durban's future as a global film and tourist hub. These strategies fit perfectly within our city strategies for economic growth and tourism development by targeting international markets, especially the affluent Black American demographic. This initiative diversifies demographic our tourism base and guarantees increased visitor inflows. The advantages extends beyond tourism alone, heightened hotel occupancy, lively cultural attractions and flourishing retail and dining sectors will reinvigorate our economy and uplift local communities. So in essence, Honorable Speaker, these initiatives promise economic growth, job creation, global exposure, and cultural exchange. Based on the aforementioned grounds, the ANC caucus supports this recommendation, and I urge all the members of the council to follow the suit. I thank you.
Thank you very much, councillors. Are the recommendation agreed? Next item, City Manager.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Item 2.6, request for partnership renewal between the eThekwini Municipality and the eThekwini Waste Materials Recovery Cluster. Also to enter into an addendum agreement for additional funding requested under the existing agreement ending on 31 December 2024. Committee recommends.
Are the recommendation agreed, councillors? Thank you. Next item, City Manager.
Item 2.7 on page 23 is the request to enter into an addendum agreement for the expansion of the global business services sector development and onboard additional unemployed youth using public employment program funding. Committee recommends.
Thank you very much. Councillor Nchaita, you are number 1. IFP, Councillor Mabaso M, number 2. ANC. Those are the two speakers we have. Chai Chai.
Thank you, Speaker. The IFP would like to support the item, and also we wish to thank for our youth to get the opportunity whereby we wish all to be given opportunities, since we know that there is lack of employment, and we so wish that whatever that comes for our community, it comes for our community as a whole. It doesn't choose in terms of the political parties. Maybe if we can assist our communities more than what we can extend from the MOU, by giving everyone the opportunity, this will work well. Thank you so much.
Mabaso.
Speaker, sibingelele sibonge kakhulu ithuba esilitholayo. As the ANC, we want to give the full support to this item. Kodwa sifisa ukuveza Speaker ukuthi the item izokhuluma ngamathuba ayingqayizivele azovelela abantu abasha, in particular abantu abama-graduate nabantu abama-matriculant. Then izokwenza sure futhi iteclisha into ye-unemployment le esihlezi sikhala ngayo, Speaker, ukuthi abantu abasha bathola ithuba kusetshenziswa le program le esisikhulumisa kakhulu la eThekwini ya public employment program. So ANC sayisupporta le item, siyacela futhi i-council idlulise kukhulu uphuthuma. Ngiyabonga, Speaker.
Thank you very much. Are the recommendation agreed? Next item, City Manager.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. We now go to item 2.8. It's a request for approval for the eThekwini Municipality to submit a bid to host the Aviation Route Development Conference, Durban Direct Route Development Activities. Committee recommends.
Thank you, City Manager. Are the recommendation agreed, councillors? Next item, City Manager.
Item 2.9, request for authority to partner with Paramount Media to host the launch of an international BET film premiere, a Wesley South African Christmas. Committee recommends.
We'll check out the item.
It's item 2.9 on page 26.
Okay, 26. Right, no, there are no speakers on the item. Okay, are the recommendation agreed? Thank you. Next item.
Item number 3 is the report of the Human Settlements, Engineering and Transport Committee from their meeting, which was held on the 22nd of the 11th, 2024. Item 3.1, noting of reasons to amend contract number 1H-38903 in terms of section 1163 of the Local Government Municipal Finance Management Act number 2003 for the construction of 339 top structure units of about 144 square meters by 2 contractors at Oakford Priory Housing Project 159. Committee recommends.
Thank you very much. Councillor Kuala, you are number 1. Councillor Mngwengwe, you are number 2. Councillor Mvubu, you are number 3. 3 speakers. Councillor Kuala.
Sibonga Somlomo. Njenga-IFP ke siyayinotha le item. Kodwa sinama concerns okubike uNonkosi akasekho. Kodwa ke umuntu uyafisa ukuthi izinto ezinjenganalezi zingahlezi zibuya sezodinga i-amendment ngoba kusuke kune time fixed for i-development. And ke into ebuhlungu nakho konke sinama project athatha more than 5 years, of which a term of office ye-councillor is only 5 years. Amanye athatha 6 years, 8 years engekho completed. And leyo is a frustration to an elected ward councillor. And i-majority yamawadi anama-project la umuntu afika dideke kaphele nya amawadi ANC, and the ANC is in charge. Uvela udideke ngempela ukuthi kanti kwenzakalani why kungaprioritizwa abantu ngoba phela into ebalekile iyona uphahla ukuthi umuntu akwazi ukuphila. And izethembiso ke zama manifest sizoyikhuluma ngazo indaba zezindlu nokunye nokunye. Kodwa ke umuntu ufika dideke ukuthi ngempela why singaqinisi ilokhuza yethu la i-oversight. Okubika ngazi ke sendiyozidlulisela kodwa kunonkosi ukuthi siyacela ukuthi alekelele ukhansela umvubu ekutheni fast track wonke lama project singahlezi each and every council sizo nota an amended contract from housing because it's a poor planning kahle kahle edinga consequence management. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Kuala. Councillor Mgwengwe.
Sibonge Somlomo. Mhlawumbe okokuqala ukwenzela ukuthi abasibukelayo emakhaya baqonde ukuthi kungani sina lo mbiko phambi kwethu namhlanje. Okokuqala iproject esikhuluma ngayo ibe nengqinamba la bevinjwa khona abantu bama forums ukuthi ingayi phambili. Okwesibili enye ama project eyathinteka ngekhathi ze unrest kanye nama floods. Okwesithathu la njengoba ilapha ngwethu ingoba silandela okwenziwa iprovince njalo ngonyaka iyayibuyekeze imali enikeza esikubiza ngequantum indlu ngendlu. So ke esikwenzayo namhlanje ukwenza alignment nanokuthi ezinye into ye climate change nayo inayo imthelela yokuphazamisa kuma project wethu. So ke lo mbiko la ukuze ku-alignwe into yemali ekhishwa yiprovince bese ke kwenza sibe nembiko la sinweba khona noma siqhubezela i-contract esuke phambi kwethu. Kodwa ke sengikushilo lokho siyafisa ukujabulela umphakathi wase-Ward 59 ozobona ukuqhubeka kweproject yabo njengoba kade ibe khona isikhathi eside for 12 months inokuphazamiseka osekuzoqhubeka ke manje iproject iye phambili. As African National Congress we support the item. Thank you.
Councillor Mvubu.
Thanks, Chair. And I want to place on record this as the Economic Freedom Fighters. We note and support the item. Part of the delays that happened here was the fact that some of these sites actually did not have proper sanitation. So we had to explore alternative sanitation so that they can also receive flashing toilets, amongst other things. But equally, Speaker, we must make it known that there has to be an NHBRC compliance. This is why we come as a committee to say we need to amend this contract so that we can comply with those requirements by the relevant board, which is NHBRC. And also, Speaker, the work is ongoing on site. It's only 31 houses, actually, colleagues, that we are requesting this amount for, so that we can complete the construction of these houses. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you very much, councillors. Are the recommendation agreed? Thank you. System Manager, next item.
Page 31, item 3.2, noting the reasons to amend contract number 1H-22810 in terms of the Local Government Municipal Finance Management Act number 56 of 2003 for the extension of contract period for 5 property owners providing temporary emergency accommodation for the April 2022 flood disasters victims in eThekwini Municipality. Committee recommends.
Item 3.2 on page 31, 2 speakers only, Councillor Mvubu and Councillor Mkize. Councillor Mvubu.
Thank you, Speaker. We note and support the item because it will be recalled that it was actually this council which made a commitment and resolved this. People that were affected by floods, 2022 April floods, we had to ensure that they don't get to spend Christmas of that particular year being accommodated in community halls. So the contracts was actually coming to an end in December this year. So we had to extend while we are still finalizing the process of building permanent residence for these people. Thank you very much, Speaker. As the EFF, we note and support.
Councillor Mkhize.
Sibonge ithuba somlomo. Speaker, sombutho wa ANC sizimisela ukuthi abantu abadilikelwa imizi yabo ngekhukhula za April 2022 esesibabeke eindaweni noma accommodations la sibakhokhela khona sumkhandlu. Sispeed up process ukuthi bakwazi ukuphuma kulezi ndawo la siba accommodate khona. As a result manje sesikwazile ukuthi sithole ongenani ama pocket of land awu10 and out of 10 awu6 sesinawo ama contractors awo on the ground trying to build for these people ukuze bakwazi ukuthi baphume la kulama shelters la siba accommodate khona. Si committee asiphathekile kahle kuphela Speaker uma singakudlulisa lokho endaweni yase Shallcross. Shallcross abantu icontractor yethu iyavinjwa ukuthi yakhele labantu. We wanted to appeal to our ward councillors ukuthi akasebenzisane kanye nomnyango wa human settlement in ensuring that the environment yokuthi nena abantu bakwazi ukuthi bakhelwe iba easy and asibi nama problems lawo esibhekana nawo manje. Siyabonga kakhulu Solo.
Are the recommendations noted, councillors? Next item, City Manager.
Page 33, item 4 is the report of the Governance and Human Settlements and Human Resources Committee from their meeting, which was held on the 20th of the 11th, 2024. Item 4.1, request for authority to transfer the CCTV Emergency Mobilizing and Communication Center and the Technical Services functions from the Disaster Management and Emergency Control Unit to the Metropolis Fire and Emergency Services, as well as the Information Management Unit. Committee recommends.
Thank you very much, City Manager. I've got few speakers, there are only 3. The first speaker is from the EFF, Councillor Madlala. Second speaker is from the IFP, Councillor SV Kavenda. The third and the last speaker is Councillor N. Madlala from ANC. In that order, Councillor Madlala.
Sibingelele Speaker. Sibonge committee lo Madlala.
Oh,
Speaker, CEFF siyawamukela isinqumo esithathekile ukuthi ku transfer ama camera kwemaphoyiseni ethu. Kodwa sinesicelo la so ukuthi siyafisa ukuthi ikomiti la kuyakhona le ntuzi lenze ama oversight li check ukuthi ngabe wonke ama camera ethu eThekwini asebenza ngendlela yini. Siphinde sicela ukuthi siyafisa ukuthi endaweni ezakhela itheku ebuye enganakeki njengale ndawo zasemakhaya sifakelwe plan nathi ama camera ngoba nakhona ubugebengu buyenzeka ungagcini ngala emalokishini emadolobheni kuphela. Ugesi kamasipala uyantshontshwa, imfuyo ngale emakhosini kuyantshontshwa. Siyafisa njenge-EFF ukuthi asingabukeli edolobheni kuphela kodwa ney'ndawo ezisemaphandleni kwesiyinake. Siyabonga.
Thank you very much, Councillor Madlala. Councillor Kavenda.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Greetings to all present, even those who choose to be racist. As the IFP, we support this request. Considering the super high crime rate in eThekwini, this process will allow law enforcement, together with fire and emergency services, to become more effective. Response times will be quicker and investigations will have a speedy turnaround time. As the IFP, we are pleased to hear that no employees will lose their jobs and there are no financial implications associated with this transfer. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Madlala.
Speaker,
Awusadisclose ukuthi leke nibambe ngozalo lapha committee.
no, on a point of order.
Councillor Kuzwayo.
Yes. Councillor, whilst he was making his speech, I didn't want to disturb him, but he made very disturbing remarks in saying that he wants to greet also those who are racist. I think those are disparaging remarks and they must be withdrawn. Thank you.
Okay, okay.
Mr. Speaker, let me bring you clarity to that.
Order. The point of order is sustained. If there was such utterances, let's withdraw and proceed.
Mr. Speaker, I didn't call anybody racist. I said even if those who choose to be racist, I reserve my right to freedom of speech.
Order,
Right.
Speaker.
Right.
Order,
Right.
Speaker.
Right. No. Order. Councillor, can you please withdraw? Please withdraw.
Withdraw, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Madlala.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. We want to start by indicating that this item came to the Governance and Human Resources Committee purely on the basis that it's a minor amendment to the structure. However, the functions being transferred belong to other clusters, and therefore, as a process matter, once this item is approved, as I suspect it will be, it then falls upon that particular cluster to then effect the necessary changes. Also, the suggested oversight visit to the camera room, which is welcomed, should be, it's the note that that committee, they are our emergency, security and emergency should take note of. I'm sure they have done it before, but it is suggested again. Also, the issue of the location of or installation of cameras in our rural areas. I think it's a fair comment that the committee needs to also look at. As a matter of fact, we welcome this proposal and this report on the basis that it seeks to improve our ability to effect crime prevention and crime combating. You'll know that these cameras were manned by non-police officers, if I may. And therefore, now the transfer to the Metropolis is then going to integrate the function into the crime-fighting strategies so that other agents can also plug in and also be able to use that. You will know that, Honorable Speaker, when matters of crime fighting are concerned, there are levels where some people need to be vetted and all of that. Now that becomes easier if the entire function rests within one service unit and one cluster. It makes for an easier process in terms of that. I'm sure the provincial is also going to be delighted. We did see him making a public statement urging the municipality to fast track this process so that they can plug in faster to our systems for crime fighting strategies. And therefore we welcome this and we urge other members of this country to support this report. Thank you.
Thank you very much, councillors. Are the recommendations agreed? Next item, City Manager.
Thank you very much. Page 35, Direct Exco Reports. Term 5 is request for authority to transfer funds to project number Y8792 for design, supply and installation of alternative on-site sanitation technology to replace pit toilets within the eThekwini municipal area. Committee recommends.
Page 35, there's Councillor Mngoma, EFF. There's Councillor Eindlovu, ANC, only two. Councillor Mngoma.
Thank you, Speaker Ngibingelele. It is estimated that over 50,000 households requires on-site sanitation throughout the eThekwini municipal area. The exact number of toilets to be delivered will depend on the availability of funds. It has been over 20 months since the project started in April 2023, and only 4,375 toilets has been constructed. We understand that the project was put on hold due to budget constraints. However, one can argue that the report presented today is not transparent enough since it's not revealing the initial budget that was allocated for this project. Hence, we are sitting here requested to approve the transfer of additional 37 million. I-report if we approve the transfer of funds, how many wards will benefit from this project? And each ward izothola ama-toilets amangaki, nokuthi ithini i-time frame yale project. Lokho kuzosisiza ukuthi amakhansela akwazi ukumonitor i-project emawadini avela kuwona. Kona kuyathusa ukuthi kanti le project beyidinga malini uma isiqede isabelo mali sayo kodwa futhi isadinga u-37 million. Cha, khona bazoba nokhisimusi omuhle bo. I-EFF siyayamukela umbiko ngokuthi sifisa abantu baseThekwini baphile endaweni ehlanzekile, ephephile futhi nenesidima. Besicela lama toilets ngoba mancane ukuthi abe nama ventilator kuze ezongena umoya since abantu baya complain ngawo. Ngiyabonga.
Thank you, Councillor Ndlovu.
Sibonga somlomo sibingelele mayor Samavile namakhansela onke. Somlomo sifisa ukwamukela lo mbiko. Siwamukela ngoba lelu hlobo lama toilet alternative technology lifisa ukuzolekelela kakhulu eindaweni zasemakhaya nalendawo ezakhiwe yohulumeni, imizi esiyakhile le iRDP othola ukuthi la yakhiwe khona ingqalasizinda yesuka noma ehambisa indle ayikho. So uma kubonakala ke kuyabonakala ukuthi inani lemali elingadingakala ukuze sikwazi ukuthi zonke izindawo ezikhona zibe nohlelo lokuhambisa indle or isuka line kubonakala ngazuthi kungabiza igidi eziningi kakhulu. Ingakho ke siwumkhandlu weTheku saphasisa lo hlelo olulekelelayo ngoba luqeda lama toilet emgodi uhlobo lolu oluflashwayo kodwa lungaphandle. So siyabuka futhi la nangokumbiko ukuthi inani libalelwa eyinkulungwaneni ezingama-50 la kubonakala khona ukuthi kusafanele sigcine sifinyelele khona. Siyafisa ukusho ukuthi i-ANC kuuhlelo lolu oluhle kakhulu esilisupportayo nale mali esiyibona ebhaliwe la 37 million. Siyacabanga ukuthi kukhona okungaphezulu ngoba ziningi izindawo ngo-37 million siyakhulela ukuthi akuzokwanela wonke amawadi kufanele ahlomule. Kodwa kuuhlelo lolu esifisa-ke ukuthi umkhandlu-ke ulibheke usondele eduze kakhulu ngoba la selifike khona abantu bayalithakasela ukuthi imali ikwazi ukufakwa ngoba akubona kuphela ukwakha ama-toilets kodwa silwa nama-toilets emgodi ukuze kube khona ama-toilets lawa aflashwayo. Ngalawo mazwi sifuna ukuyisupporta kakhulu le report. Sicele futhi ukuthi umkhandlu usondele eduze ubuka ukuthi ungandisa kanjani lolu hlelo luye nakwamanye amawadi abe maningi. Ngaloko ke somlomo siyi-ANC siyayiphasisa le report futhi siyabonga kakhulu ngalolu hlelo le-alternative technology. Ngiyabonga.
Thank you. Thank you. Are the recommendation agreed? Mr. Manager.
Somlomo singena with that supplementary from establish matla. Azo. Is it online?
No. Could I tell myself? Item number 636.
Page 26. Oh, sorry. Bengayibonanga. But imchazelo somlomo uthiphi. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Page 36, item number 6 is the draft 2025 calendar of council and committee meetings. Economic freedom fighters. Draft 2025 calendar of council and committee meetings, committee recommends.
Okay, thank you, City Manager. We are on the last item on this agenda before we deal with the second or the third supplementary agenda. The third, yeah. We are on page 36, item 6. Are the resolution agreed? Right. Now,
Second and third supplementary agenda.
all right, we have to deal with the second and the third supplementary agenda. Let me check with the secretary. When is the second?
Online.
Okay. I'm told that the second has been emailed to all of you. You have soft copies of the second. It's the second, right?
Yes.
Chair, wangibuye ngathi ngiyaphazama. Second. Ya phela ngibheke wena Chair la ukuthi ngashaya iceleni. Councilor Madlala, please table this executive committee report.
Ngiyabonga kakhulu Honorable Speaker, I hereby table
No, man.
that report of the executive committee.
Is that or second? Melu?
Second.
Is second.
It's a second supplementary, but it's a third report of the executive.
That report. Okay. Yes, we have to thank you. Now, then the city manager will now table the report.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. It's the third report of the Executive Committee from their meeting of the 2nd of the 12th, 2024. It's the request for approval of the draft revised eThekwini Municipality Staff Establishment macrostructure. Having tabled it, Honorable Speaker, I wish to draw the House to recommendation number 1.8 and request that we remove that recommendation, which reads that the city manager to advertise the vacant executive director positions in the macrostructure and begin the recruitment process for the vacant section 56 positions. We are requesting it to be removed on the basis that it's still premature for it because we are still waiting for support from the MEC and the minister. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to note hands from the floor for this item because we have just received it through your emails. Those who want to speak, you will raise your board. You'll then be noted before the approval. Okay, there's only one person who wants to speak. It's Councilor Kwala. Councilor Kwala?
Asibonga Somlomo. Siyafisa as a council ukuthi mhlambe ke sibe nako lokubambisana nokuhloniphana ngoba le item ifikile yana sanokudideka sacela iworkshop safika kwi-workshop futhi sadideka but manje siphinda isifika nje siphuthuma njengamanje sewe-laid on table. It's unfair to other councillors who are not sitting at ESCO because asisitholi isikhathi sokuyiperuza kahle sikwazi ukubukisisa ngoba ezizinto zisuke ikhulume ngezinto very sensitive njengokuphelelwa umsebenzi kwabantu and stuff. Siyacela Somlomo ukuthi whomever osuke a-drafter a-drafter bese sithatha into confidence as councillors because we are a council. I-ESCO is representing us to recommend for us. Kodwa manje sifika nje manje athi yabona nje masafale siphuthume kanti ayikho into ephuthumayo kufanele ngabe siyayihlela funa siyihlalele esikhokha sibukisise into ileyo recommendation leyo concern nje ngifisa ukuyiraise ukuthi in the near future siyacela ukuthi nisinike nje into ezothi we have a bite fully not sesi in a rush. Thank you.
I thank you very much with the comment from the city manager to remove that item. Are the recommendation agreed, councillors? City manager, next item.
It's the third supplementary. In committee.
Okay, okay. Because we have to deal now with the third item, but in committee. Let's go back to the ordinary agenda to deal with the MPAC report. Then we move to in committee and closed. Let's go back to the main council agenda. Straight on the MPAC report, I think is on page 54. Page 54 on the main agenda. Then I will invite the chair of the committee to summarize the report and the recommendations. Councillor Xuma.
Thanks, Speaker. Greetings to you and also councillors. This is our first Municipal Public Account Committee report with its recommendations. The committee recommends that in compliance with Section 32 of the Financial Mismanagement Act, MFMA, irregular, fruitless and wasteful expenditure total of 1.6 million as detailed in Annexure A of this report be certified as irrecoverable and written off by council based on the outcomes of the investigation of such expenditure. That it be noted that any consequence management recommendation will be dealt with in accordance with the council's policy in relations to financial misconduct and oversight by the Financial Misconduct Disparate Board. Thanks, Speaker.
Yeah, thank you very much, Councillor Xuma, the chair. The report is here for approval or noting. I'm checking here. It's for noting, eh? It's for approval. Yes, councillors, are the recommendations not agreed? Thank you. It's only the one report. Thank you. Are all the items for noting noted, councillors? Right. It means now we will need to go to the in-committee. Let me check a few things. Okay. Econ. Was it present? Right. Before we allow our officials to excuse themselves, we have to deal with the ethics report that has been laid on table. Who's going to present the ethics report? Oh, Zo. Try you can report the ethics. Okay, close it. Right, bring it on. Yeah, councillors, sorry for the confusion. The report I'm referring to, there are issues with it. We're not going to deal with the ethics report as it appears in the agenda laid on table. We are now going to move straight to the in-committee meeting and allow our officials to be excused so that we deal with the last item and closed. We are not dealing with the late on table ethics report because there are some issues that need to be addressed before the item is tabled to council. Officials, thank you very much. My cameras are